I'm Dave Baker.
And I'm Andrew Price.
Welcome to Deep Cuts, the podcast where we pick a topic and walk you through the ins, the outs, and the nitty-gritty so that you can appear like an interesting and idiosyncratic person at your next forced social function. Today's topic is...
The life and times and unmade masterpieces of Shane Carruth.
Who is Shane Carruth? Well, he's a former software engineer who, in 2004, self-produced an independent feature film for $7,000. That movie, titled simply Primer, went on to be recognized as one of the most complex, ambitious, and inventive films ever created. Carruth then spent the next close to 20 years struggling to get his subsequent highly ambitious projects off the ground. Tragically, he was only successful in getting one of his 3 proposed feature film projects made. Over the course of the next God knows how many hours, we're going to delve deep into the complexities of Primer, Upstream Color, the man who created them, and his 2 unmade feature films, A Topiary and The Modern Ocean. Inevitably, we'll arrive at the only conclusion possible. All of these labyrinthian works of art lead to a solitary destination: self-destruction. Act 1. Here's what's going to happen. There's something to be said about the intersection between the utility of art and its absolute necessity. On one hand, you have the theoretical pinnacle of the human condition, the inner life of an artist manifested externally for others to view, relate with, and evaluate. On the other, you have the realities of what it takes to make these vivid dreams come to life. If dreaming out loud was easy, everyone would do it. We'd live in a day-glow cosmos of expression, interpretation, and insight. We'd have a greater understanding and no understanding at all. Or at the very least, she would just look cooler, hopefully. But the reality is that most art is not in the service of these greater ideals. They serve a coldly naked commercial purpose. Most art exists to sell toys, move product, line the pockets of massive multimedia conglomerates. It's the true purpose of art that no one wants to admit, because to admit it is to buy into that larger system. This all exists at odds with the inarguable fact that the act of creating is something that every human being begins their life doing, not as a means of furthering their sales numbers of chicken nuggets, but as a primal whimper that exists in contrast with the unknowable terror that is consciousness. This act of creation is inborn within all of us. It's innate. It's hardwired uncontrollably into our DNA. We draw on walls with crayons. We paint pictures with spaghetti sauce in our high chairs. Or we run around in our neighborhoods putting on plays with our friends. We process the world through the lens of our own creation. We're genetically predisposed to reflect. Drawing, perhaps the most primal of these instincts, is something that every human child instinctively does. However, life, in all its inexorable contradictory and self-flagellatory ways, finds a means to strip these impulses out of us. Shame, admonishment, lack of encouragement, rejection. You can pick your poison. In so many ways, the real world is the exact opposite of so many of our naturally birthed tendencies. In order to exist in this environment, we must move past what makes us us. Existence requires a specific person. Survival requires a specific skill set. Take your pick, really. Creativity, in some ways, is the siren's call that lurks around the corner of so many people's lives. It's the existential despair of possible alternate timelines. What if I had taken that sculpture class? What if I had not stopped drawing after junior high? What if I had really put some time and effort into writing those essays? Where would these pursuits have led me? What accomplishments would I have gathered? The inherent question positioned directly below the surface, skulking within these myriad of questions, is, would the alternate versions of ourselves that did in fact embrace creativity be more emotionally fulfilled, more financially secure, or, just a nicer person? It's almost impossible to know, and yet so many of us are haunted by the paths not taken, projects not worked on, creative compatriots not known, which leads us very nicely into the topic of this episode. Shane Carruth was born on January 1st, 1972 in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Not much is known about Shane Carruth in his early life. We know that he went to school at Stephen F. Austin State University, and left with a major in mathematics. He worked as a software engineer for about 3 years before getting into film. He worked mainly as a flight simulator software engineer. He lived a quiet life. He wasn't a big spender, he had no real known vices, and he wasn't even a particularly charismatic person. He was a dude just living in Texas with a supportive family and, a completely average existence. Nothing to be ashamed of. There are literally billions of people who would appear to be exactly like Shane Carruth walking around every day and just Shaning it up. However, the 2000s roll around, and as Shane started to progress in life, he started to have desires. He wanted more. Programming flight simulators and his mathematics degree they weren't enough. They didn't help him sleep at night. In his free time, he would write short stories, which then evolved into would-be novels, which then became the desire to make movies.
How many years did you spend as an engineer?
Almost 3, I believe. It was, yeah.
And then you finally just decided, I can't take this anymore.
No, to be honest, I had a degree in math, and I had started writing short stories in college, and I didn't know, when I graduated, I didn't know what I was going to do with my life, but I knew that whatever it was probably going to take some capital. I think I had ideas about maybe starting a business of some kind. So I went to work as a software engineer because it was kind of the easiest thing to step into with a degree in math. And I lived pretty cheaply, and so I was able to save up. And I think, my writing turned from short story to novel to finally admitting that I wanted to write in screenplay format. And so I don't think I ever really got fed up with the job. It was just, I always knew that eventually I'm gonna have to quit and devote everything I have to whatever this venture is gonna be.
But you knew nothing about filmmaking.
Right, yeah.
So how did you begin?
I was completely naive. I didn't, and I guess that was a good thing because I didn't know how complicated it was going to be. So I just kind of, went about trying to take it apart piece by piece. I didn't know anything about cinematography, so I read what I could. And when I realized that it was just photography with a set shutter speed, I just started experimenting. And I got an old 35mm still camera, and I storyboarded the script so that I could, just spend a lot of time picking my compositions and experimenting with exposures and color temperature and stuff. And so I think over the course of the years I was writing, I just took it apart piece by piece so that I could understand it. And then so when we finally did the shoot for 5 weeks, it was just a matter of matching the storyboards that I had created and everything else.
Do you think if you'd gone to film school, it would have made a difference?
Maybe. I don't know, to be honest. Because I audited a film course for a couple weeks, and it was really good because, well, it started off really good because, we disassembled a camera, we put it back together, we loaded it. I was learning all kinds of practical things. But then it turned into a theory course. And, I was hungry to learn about practical applications and how the nuts and bolts of the stuff works. So, I don't know, maybe, to be honest, maybe if I'd gone to film school, by the end of it, I might have lost the drive to do it. I don't know for certain, but I know that I was just really passionate and I didn't have time to kind of sit still and sit in theory courses.
That question seems so dumb to me, as if like going to film school is like a required prerequisite for making a movie. Like obviously he was inexperienced with filmmaking and just kind of was like, I'm going to make a movie now. I have literally no understanding of technique or film theory or the vocabulary of filmmaking. And I'm just going to do it. But, it's not like a, yeah, if you want to make movies, you just go to film school, because that's what every single filmmaker has ever done. Every single director has gone to film school. But I think we're going to talk about this a lot more. We're definitely going to delve into this way more as this goes on, but it's really fascinating to me. You get a little glimpse of it here, but it's really fascinating to me about the fact that in filmmaking and in constructing stories, and you get a sense of this from, not even from watching interviews, but just from reading or watching these movies or scripts. I don't want to refer to a unproduced screenplay as a movie, because it's not a movie, and I have a lot of thoughts on that that we'll talk about. But you get a sense just from reading or watching them, not even just from watching these interviews, that he approaches the craft not particularly from a sort of creative or artistic direction, but I mean, obviously that's there, but he approaches it in a very like mechanical way. He approaches things methodically and he reverse engineers things. And he's like, these are the pieces that, you know, need to be put together. It's like a puzzle that I'm figuring out how to fit the pieces together. And if I sort of go through and experiment with all these different pieces, eventually I'll find the ones that fit and I'll put them all together and it'll construct itself into a fully realized thing. And that's really fascinating to approach it from that perspective of not saying like, oh, I have this idea and, you know, I think that, I think it should be a story like this. And, you know, I'm going to, you know, think about how these characters would be and write out little like character biographies and flesh them out and start experimenting with writing scenes, which I think is what a lot of people, you know, do to make creative works. He approaches it from like a top down perspective. Or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe it's like a down upward perspective where he starts with these little tiny pieces and he's like, these are all the components of this, sort of compartmentalized and isolated into their, you know, parts. And I'm, you know, he's just walking around kind of like fitting, you know, things into sockets and being like, oh, well, that, let's see if that goes there. That's not exactly what I was looking for. Let me try this other piece. I'm going to fit that in there. Okay. That fits right there. And then when you back up, it's like a mosaic where it all kind of, as you get further away, you're like, oh, it's a picture. I see it. That's really interesting. And I think other filmmakers probably do something like that, but this is the most highly concentrated version of this type of approach to making things that I've seen. And I don't want to romanticize this guy because as we're going to get into later on in the episode, it gets pretty dark, but, something that is kind of present in all of those interviews from that press junket in like the 2005 era when the movie was like a thing, but especially Shane Carruth's interviews during that time is like, there's just this background radiation of he just seems perpetually in disbelief that any of this is happening.
Yeah, I would be too. I mean, it's crazy. It's a golden lottery ticket style. Like you think that you're now just going to be the next Quentin Tarantino. Like it's fairy tale Americana, early 90s, independent Miramax heyday, Robert Rodriguez, Kevin Smith propaganda. Like it's the same trajectory, but it doesn't pan out that way, which we'll get into. Living cheap and saving money is one thing. Actually putting your money where your mouth is and spending $7,000 on your dream project is another thing. Most people on the planet will say that they want to do something, but very few actually do it. $7,000 might not be a whole lot of money in the big scheme of things. However, it's also like enough to buy a fucking car. So, you know, a lot of people let those day-to-day roadblocks get in their way. Shane Carruth didn't, and what resulted was Primer. The film with the ominous tagline of "What happens if it actually works" seems oddly fitting, considering the events that are about to unfold. However, before we get to that, Shane's main creative compatriot over the process of making Primer would be David Sullivan, a criminally normal-looking Caucasian dude with soft eyes and a secret hidden talent. Sullivan, despite having a face of someone who should have been into D&D and computer programming, was actually a highly skilled and competitive athlete. Born in Tyler, Texas on April 29th, 1977, he grew up in Longview, Texas, and attended Springville schools, where he graduated in 1996. Sullivan then attended Baylor University, where he majored in corporate communications. He graduated in the year 2000. While attending Baylor, he was a member of the Delta Tau Delta fraternity and played 1 year of football and 2 years of soccer at the collegiate level.
And I was like, dude, I just got laid off. I'm not really doing much. He was like, let's read some more stuff tomorrow. And I was like, okay, which was a callback. I didn't know it was called that. So I read some more stuff with him the next day, and then he was like, well, I got a guy who's going to run a camera. Do you know anything about filmmaking? And I'm like, no, I don't. I just graduated and I was working at this software company. And he was like, all right, well, yeah, we're going to try to shoot for, you know, the next 38 days, whatever it was. And I said, okay, great. And so, yeah, I got two buddies of mine that from college who were in multimedia. So they knew a little bit about cameras. So they helped out. They were part of the crew. That was Jack Pylan and Casey Gooden, who's now a producer and has produced both of Shane's movies. We made Primer for $7,000, and it took like 2 years to edit it and do all the like sound and Foley, and which I had already gone back to work. I was working for AT&T Wireless at the time, and he calls me around Thanksgiving. He's like, "Hey, David," and I was like, "Shane?" Who I hadn't spoken to forever. And he was like, Primer got into Sundance. And I was like, can I go?
The plot of the film sees tech industry would-be Steve Jobs entrepreneurs attempting to invent a device that will perform computations. Maybe? It's not exactly clear what they're inventing.
Yeah, they're just like making inventions. Like they're almost like IP farming, but patent farming, where there's just like, how many weird little things can we patent and sell? So we just have like a library of patents. I'm assuming this is a real thing that happens. I mean, he would know more than I would, but it reminds me of, just what they're doing in the movie to sort of start it out, where they're just in a garage, like trying to come up with as many little inventions. And here in the garage with my time machine, I don't even call it time anymore. I call it backy wacky go to past units. It reminds me of, like, that's literally what they did in, like, the turn of the century with, fucking Thomas Edison and stuff. They just had a team of people inventing things. And he was like, patent. I'm rich. But this one particular thing that they're working on, which it kind of establishes in the beginning that Abe and Aaron, or more specifically Aaron, are kind of hyped on this. The other guys don't really want to do it, and they want to do something different. But they're trying to invent a device that uses quantum mechanics to make objects lighter, where it essentially would hack physics to isolate a physical object from gravity and make it lighter. So you could, like, basically the application of this is that you could put a huge box of books in one of these devices, turn it on, and then you could lift it with your pinky. And that would revolutionize moving things, hauling things. It would, be a lot cheaper to ship things because there would be there would be less fuel consumed and all these things. So that they're trying to make something that, like, makes objects lighter.
What they discover along the way is that they've accidentally created a time machine. The film showcases an almost voyeuristic view on the creative process. We watch them as they stumble through the iterative process of building one thing, realizing it's something else, and then concocting a plan for how to use this newly invented time machine. We follow Aaron and Abe in an ever-increasing and more complex time travel scheme as they continually attempt to go back in time, fix mistakes that they've made, while attempting to make money off of the stock market. The film, both visually and from a structure standpoint, is brilliant.
I mean, you've got the $400 billion, you've gone the charity route, you have this perfect 100-room mansion with matching his and her yachts and helicopter pads. How do you fill your day? What do you do?
Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to read this, and you're going to listen, and you're going to stay on the line, and you're not going to interrupt, you're not going to speak for any reason. Some of this you know. I'm going to start at the top of the page.
Inside the box, it's like a street, and both ends are cul-de-sac.
They took from their surroundings what was needed, and made of it something more.
Aaron, I can imagine no way in which this thing would be considered anywhere remotely close to safe.
Why not the lottery?
You have a margin account, right? For now, though, if you wanted to, you can just tell her you had a good day in the market.
You don't understand. No. You don't understand the questions that come with that, okay?
Hey, whoa, come here for a second. What's on your hand? You bleeding?
Did you see that? I swear that was him. What the hell is he doing? Just sitting outside my house at 2 in the morning.
There's no way I would tell anyone about this. No way.
Can you think of any reason that you might?
No, I can't.
Sometimes we do things, no, we don't know how we got to that.
No, I can't.
Can't what?
I can't think of any reason why I would.
value in the thing. Clearly, that they were certain of.
Money will make money.
Man, that's exactly the type of trailer I would see and be interested in. But that trailer does not do a good job of like trying to sell that to like a wider audience at all.
No, it doesn't. But that being said, that trailer just got me fucking amped. I just want to go. Fuck this. I just want to go watch the movie now again. And I've watched it twice in the last 2 weeks in preparation for this, as well as a bunch of other.
Yeah, it's a great trailer. It's a great trailer probably specifically because it doesn't do that thing that I'm talking about. Like famously, the trailer for Donnie Darko was cut to make it look like a slasher movie, like a horror movie, basically. And they cut it that way to try to market it. And I think in a way it kind of worked. Like that movie I think was way bigger than Primer ever was, but it's not what the movie is at all. But this trailer is great because it's like that perfect balance where you're just kind of like, what the fuck is going on in this? And it's got like a cool aesthetic and vibe to it. And that music that he composed is like really atmospheric and cool. And you're just like wondering what the hell is going on. And then you see those machines in the storage unit and you're like, what the fuck are those? And that's like the exact type of thing that would get me hyped to want to see some weird movie. Yeah,
which we haven't talked about yet. So he, obviously the movie's DIY. He wrote, produced, co-starred in it, but he also did the visual effects. He also edited it. He also color timed it. He also did all of the Foley and sound effects, and he also composed the score. That is, honestly, I only know one motherfucker that's that talented at everything else.
Zach Braff?
No, motherfucker, you. I don't. How many motherfuckers do you know that made an entire 11-song musical about Napster? Granted, you're using your powers for decidedly more silly purposes. But I just mean I'm constantly impressed and marvel at the fact that you're able to do 500 things, like that you're skilled in all of these different ways,
Well, I mean, as uncomfortable as it is to hear you say that,
just accept it, baby. Just say thanks, Dave.
But it's interesting because I think it comes from a similar place, which is necessity, which is obvious, like you just alluded to, much sillier applications. But like, who the fuck else is gonna make all this shit for all these weird ideas that we have? Who else is gonna do it? That's been like the fire that my entire creative life has been forged in, is like, who is gonna help me make this? So I've got to figure out how to, it started out from just being making writing stuff, and it was like, well, I guess I got to figure out how to shoot videos because nobody else is gonna shoot this weird shit or understand what I'm trying to do. And I guess I got to make music for it because nobody's going to make it's that same thing where he was just this engineer living in Texas, and he had this fixation on wanting to make a movie. And if he wanted to make a movie, who the fuck else was going to do all these things? He had to.
Yeah. And it's so cool that the visual aesthetic, because, on the surface, so the movie's a time travel movie about these guys trying to play the stock market, but it's so much more than that. And it's funny to me the areas in which he has no real aesthetic aspiration, the costumes in the movie. There's two characters and they each wear black slacks, 1998 slacks, those baggy, weird, almost parachute pants, dress pants.
They're ill-fitting. They just make all the characters just kind of look puffy and indistinct.
And white collared shirts with striped ties. That's the costume. And it's so funny to me that he has such a refined visual aesthetic in all of these other areas. the fact that the time travel periods are green, like the days are green and they're all the same and they have this monotonous feeling. And then when they're out in the courtyard, it's this kind of like burnt umber or yellow color. And then when they're in the boxes, it's blue. And like all of these various literal real estate areas and narrative real estate areas have color theory associated with them. And, the various areas move around the color wheel in a circle, which again is like metatextually related to the fact that they're going in a circle over and over again, which is really, really cool and interesting. And then for him to just be like, I don't know, Walmart shirts? It's kind of charming to me.
That color theory aesthetic is kind of necessary though, because otherwise you would just like that. To a lot of people, this movie is already very confusing and hard to track, but it would be even more so if it didn't have those subtle indicators, those psychological color indicators that are kind of telling your brain, this is where this is happening. This is happening. It gives you those signals of like, this is in the past. This is when they're, when they're about to go into the time machine. This is when they've come out of the time machine. It helps you to like organize the timeline, subtly in your mind, even if you don't fully wrap your mind around literally what's happening. You're kind of being guided psychologically of like what's going on in a broad sense.
Yeah, I agree. Before we get into discussing the film in too much detail, do you want to read this summary from Wikipedia? This fucking Wikipedia summary, baby.
Hell yeah! And if any of you listeners out there wouldn't mind going to Wikipedia and giving them a couple dollars, like they're always asking, I know none of you have ever done it, but do it now because we're using this. This has contributed to this epic Shane Carruth Deep Cuts episode. So you owe Wikipedia. After all these years where they beg you for money when you click on it, when you go to Wikipedia and they're like, we hate to do this, and you've never given it anything, kick them a couple bucks just for this. Two engineers, Aaron and Abe, supplement their day jobs with entrepreneurial tech projects, working out of Aaron's garage. During one such research effort involving electromagnetic reduction of objects' weight, the two men accidentally discover an A to B causal loop side effect. Objects left in the weight-reducing field exhibit temporal anomalies proceeding normally from time A when the field was activated to time B when the field is powered off, then backwards from B back to A in a continuously repeating sequence such that objects can leave the field in the present or at some previous point. Abe refines this proof of concept and builds a stable time apparatus, or the box, sized to accommodate a human subject. Abe uses this box to travel 6 hours into his own past. As a part of this process, Abe sits incommunicado in a hotel room so as not to interact or interfere with the outside world, after which he enters the box, then waits inside the box for 6 hours, thus going back in time 6 hours. Once he exits the box, Abe travels across town, explains the proceedings to Aaron, and brings Aaron back to the self-storage facility housing the box. At the facility, they watch the earlier version of Abe enter the box. Abe and Aaron repeat Abe's 6-hour experiment multiple times over multiple days, making profitable same-day stock trades armed with foreknowledge of the market's performance. The duo's divergent personalities, Abe cautious and controlling, Aaron impulsive and meddlesome, puts subtle strain on their collaboration and friendship. Additionally, the time travel is taxing on Abe and Aaron's bodies. Effectively, their days become 36 hours long when including the extra time afforded by the box. As the film progresses, the two men begin to notice alarming side effects of time travel which take the form of ear bleeds. Later, they notice their handwriting progressively worsening. The tension between Abe and Aaron comes to a head after a late-night encounter with Thomas Granger, father to Abe's girlfriend Rachel, who appears inexplicably unshaven and exists in overlap with his original suburban self. Granger falls into a comatose state after being pursued by Aaron. Aaron theorizes that, at some unknown point in the future, Granger entered the box with timeline-altering consequences. Abe concludes that time travel is simply too dangerous and enters a secret second box, or the fail-safe box, built before the experiment began and kept continuously running, traveling back 4 days to prevent the experiment's launch. Cumulative competing interference wreaks havoc upon the timeline. Future Abe sedates original Abe so he will never conduct the initial time travel experiment, and meets original Aaron at a park bench so as to dissuade him, but finds that future Aaron has gotten there first, armed with pre-recordings of the past conversations and an unobtrusive earpiece, having brought a disassembled third fail-safe box 4 days back with his own body. Future Abe faints at this revelation, overcome by shock and fatigue. The two men briefly and tentatively reconcile. They jointly travel back in time, experiencing and reshaping an event where Abe's girlfriend Rachel was nearly killed by a gun-wielding party crasher. After many repetitions, Aaron, forearmed with knowledge of the party's events, stops the gunman, becoming a local hero. Abe and Aaron ultimately part ways. Aaron considers a new life in foreign countries where he can tamper more broadly for personal gain, while Abe states his intent to remain in town and dissuade or sabotage the original box experiment. Abe warns Aaron to leave and never return. Multiple quote-unquote box-aware versions of Aaron circulate. At least one future Aaron has shared his knowledge with original Aaron via discussions, voice recordings, and an unsuccessful physical altercation. Future Abe watches over original Abe, going to painstaking extremes to keep him unaware of the future, as Aaron directs French-speaking workers in the construction of a warehouse-sized box. And let me just say, the movie is fairly complex, but that makes it seem way more complicated than it actually is.
Yeah, the thing... Well, I guess before we get into the movie itself, when did you first see Primer?
So I saw the movie when it came out. I saw the movie when... I mean, I don't have intimate knowledge of what the distribution of the movie was like after it went to Sundance. So I don't know if it was like a select theaters thing and then it came to video or whatever.
It was that. It was select theaters. Yeah.
I saw it on DVD in 2004 or 5. I forget the exact year, but it was like when it came out. And it's a little fuzzy, but I'm pretty sure that I watched it on DVD with my friend Matt Kiley, who is a listener of the show. I'm pretty sure that, I mean, we definitely watched it together and he definitely had it on DVD. And I'm pretty sure that the first time I ever watched it was with him at his house.
Yeah, I first saw it the week it came out on DVD. We rented it from Blockbuster because there was a Blockbuster that put the local mom and shop video rental place out of business.
And then ironically had Primer.
Yeah. Yeah, I think my mom had rented it because my mom's a big film buff, and so she was just like, "Oh, this looks weird and cool. Let's look at this."
And you're like, "What's going on?" And she's like, "Dave, I've already gone over this like 20 times with you. The causal loop goes back once they open the failsafe box. They go back to the original timeline and Monday. God damn it, this is so frustrating. Dave, how many times do I have to explain this? It's not that hard."
There's an A out and a B out. And if you go through the time machine, but then you get out of the box at the A out, you end up in the past. If you go into the box and you come out at the B out, you're in the present. Come on, Dave. It's not that hard. Yeah, no, I loved the movie, and I've only grown to appreciate it more and more over time. I think it's much like a $7,000 bottle of fine wine. It only gets better with age.
You've never had wine.
No, I don't drink. But I love this movie, and I love this movie for multiple reasons. The primary is that it is so obviously one person's vision. That's what I love so much about it. Like, even if I didn't like the movie, which I do, I would still like the execution of it because it is so clearly what this person is attempting to do. There's limitations and there's compromises because he's a fucking guy, but the scope of this thing is so clearly like, all right, I've got a vision and I'm going to pursue that vision till the ends of the earth, which is something that'll come back later in his subsequent projects. But I love the feeling of the movie. I love the soundtrack and how kind of moody and digital and yet strangely analog it is. Like, it's, primarily synthesizers and, GarageBand, I'm assuming, whatever was around in 2004, but it's got a very personal feeling to the movie that comes through in all these little tiny details. Like we were talking about with the execution of the color timing, the execution of even the delivery of dialogue I really enjoy because it's not structurally like what a screenwriter would do. It's structurally almost kind of like it has almost like a documentary feel to it where you're like in a room with people who are talking about something very specific and in-depth. And it makes me feel like when I'm at a comics convention or something and there's people debating weird inside baseball minutia or in the best case of scenarios when it's me and a bunch of my film nerds, all friends, all talking about something very specific. Like and now I'm going to turn to the audience and say, George, you are wrong about the way the science of this time machine is working. And then there's no character in this movie that's ever going to be like, in English, Abe.
Yeah, there's no Ariadne from Inception. Yeah. I mean, the structure of not only just this movie, and I don't want to talk too much about the other movies and scripts, but not only just this movie, but kind of all of his works is like pieces of information all spread out with ellipses. So he loves sequences. He loves time jumping sequences where you're dropped into a moment and you hear sort of the middle of a conversation or see some kind of information slightly out of context. And then you skip forward a day or a week or a minute or an hour and you see more information kind of dropped into the middle of it, slightly out of context. And over time, the accumulative effect of it is that you start to fill in the gaps with context clues, deductive reasoning, and a healthy dash of sort of imagination of kind of coming up with your own explanations of some of the things that are happening that are just never really fully explained. And it's almost like a take home pizza where you're just like, here's the ingredients. You go home and you make this pizza. It's kind of like that where there's just no, I mean, a lot of the language that people use is like, there's no babysitting. The story isn't spoon fed to you. All these, they're kind of cliches, but I don't even really like to describe it that way because I don't really think that is what is being done. Like I don't think he's like, you figure it out. It's not like a homework assignment. It's more of a just like this seems to be the structure that this seems to be the way his internal vocabulary for storytelling just exists. Like this is the way he sees stories. He sees stories told almost from a like a out of body experience where you're just kind of like stream of consciousness, like skipping around in a timeline, seeing events. That's how he sees stories and narratives. And he's just sort of like letting you in, letting you be a fly on the wall in that experience. And whatever you do with that experience is up to you. It's not like a thing of like, I'm going to purposely create this abstract thing and you have to figure it out or whatever. It's just, he's sort of letting you in. He's letting you into his brain, and whatever you do in there is kind of your choice.
Yeah, it's not like a David Lynch thing where he's like setting up a bunch of kind of dream sequence images and then the viewer fills in the meaning behind those. It's more like he's building dominoes that when the movie's over, they are all knocked over by the viewer and it all like links together.
Yeah, you have to look at the entire thing almost as like a kind of what I was saying before, as a mosaic at the end of it where you're like, oh, but not in that Christopher Nolan way of like, or M. Night Shyamalan way of like, oh, the twist or whatever. But it's just like, you see the whole picture and it's like, and then at the point it is like you're looking at a painting and you're interpreting the art yourself in the way that paintings are supposed to be interpreted.
Yeah. The structure of Primer specifically, and the thing I think throws a lot of people off, is that he's very obsessed with time compression and he's very obsessed with close-ups. And he uses close-ups to stand in for an entire sequence. So there'll be, like in one of the time travel sequences, Abe comes back and drugs himself, or Aaron comes back and drugs himself. And that is played out only in a series of like 4 or 5 close-ups. Abe comes back and gasses himself at one point to lock that version of himself away in order to carry out a mission. And that is just one close-up. Like there's one close-up of a hand holding like an oxygen container and putting it down on someone's mouth. And that, in filmic language, we understand what that means, but that's also like 1/10 of the information that a normal film would give you, which I think is really interesting. And I personally really like because it makes everything hyper dense, which is something, anybody who's seen the way I draw will not be surprised at, that I love really dense, complicated, weird, ambitious shit. Even if it doesn't even fully succeed at the end of it, I love the like swinging for the fences approach to storytelling. And that really, like, in almost everything he's done, both that's been made and not made, that is one of the through line DNA sequences of he's obsessed with this compression of time through close-ups.
Yeah, and it turns the movie into a living document. Movies can be rewatchable in a way where you want to spend time with those characters and with those scenes, and you like the movie, and so you want to rewatch it. And sometimes movies can be rewatchable in a way where a second watch through recontextualizes things. And sometimes movies are rewatchable because there's a lot of like an Edgar Wright type approach where there's like so much detail that you're like, you have to watch it multiple times to like notice everything. Like, oh, I never noticed that, in this scene, I've watched this movie like 10 times. I never noticed in this scene, this little thing is happening in the background or whatever. But it's not even really like that. It's rewatchable because there's almost like an infinite amount of there's an infinite amount of interpretations of everything. And there's a lot of imagining, filling in the gaps between moments that you do on your end to where you could watch it over and over again and either build upon theories that you have or just come up with a new theory for how something connects. And you can kind of just watch it infinitely over and over again and never run out of things to think about with how the whole movie comes together and what's really going on and what the little, the things that aren't shown in between the moments, the time compressed moments are. And to go back to what you were saying about how, it's his movie and the fact that he did everything, he shot it, he acted in it, he composed the score. There's a lot of discourse now about how auteur filmmaking isn't real. That I see a lot of people talking about that, like it's a myth and it's just sort of these people perpetuating themselves as the sole creator of a body of work which is sort of an erasure of all the other people that were involved in creating that. And I think that exists and is true to a certain degree. And certainly, we have examples of things like Walt Disney, who definitely did do that. Definitely did sort of erase the contributions of the people who kind of actually did the work and served as sort of like this all purposes, like I'm the guy who did all this figurehead of the Disney company. And there's other examples of that. And to whatever degree that is or isn't true about auteur filmmaking, these movies, particularly Primer, are all him, like 100%, like for better or worse. And whether or not it was a good or bad thing, like the other people involved in these films were just like bodies, like that were executing things that just because he physically couldn't do it. Like he physically couldn't Laz Rojas himself and play every character, or else he probably would.
Honestly, I would watch the fuck out of that.
Yeah, but in lieu of doing that, he has bodies like to execute these things. But these, like, however true that discourse is about how auteur filmmaking isn't real, like it is real here. Like this is 100% him.
Yeah. It's not only is it his vision, but he literally is doing everything. And a lot of times operating the camera, like in the overs where David Sullivan is like getting into the box and shit, like he's the one pulling focus and operating the camera. And you can feel how dedicated is the wrong word. It's almost kind of like pursued by, an inner trauma or something. Like I'm so curious as to what he was like as a little kid, because he's obviously a very cerebral person. He obviously is interested in this kind of scientific method way of creating films. And he's also somebody who doesn't compromise well. There's that saying, you either play the game or the game plays you. And I think it'll become pretty apparent as we go on that despite my love for his films and my distaste for some of his personal life choices, the game fucking played him.
I honestly, I understand and relate to that aspect of it a lot. And certainly for me, it's number one, I don't want to compare myself to him for a variety of reasons. But number two, I definitely, for me, is not this extreme or this obsessive. Like I definitely have more capacity for compromise. But I understand the impulse, and maybe there is some deeper trauma underlying that is the reason why it's so extreme for him. But the overall the overall methodology and philosophy and drive, I totally understand, because it's a thing where it's not necessarily that I think I will be better at something than everybody else. It's not like, oh, like I'm better than anybody else that could do this, so I have to do it all because somebody else would not be as good as me or whatever. It doesn't come from that place at all. And I'm sure it probably can come off like that sometimes, but it's more of a just a fixation and an obsession with whether or not it's better or worse or whatever, that I want every aspect of something to be exactly the way that I want it to be. And it's not that I think somebody else would be worse at it. It's just that I, at the end of the day, would just prefer if I could control all of the variables absolutely and not leave anything else to any kind of outside influence or leave anything to chance that it's not going to turn out in the exact way that I'm kind of envisioning it to be. And that, ends up basically terminating in like, I'm literally going to do everything.
Well, there's also the fact that neither one of us have money. It'd be a different story if we were pitching on Home Alone 17,
Yeah, but then even that, like later on, as we get into this, he talks about the fact that this is sort of jumping forward to lightly touching on stuff from later on in the episode, but he talks about the fact that he never went for crowdfunding or doing a Kickstarter, which would have given him access to the money. It would have given him the money that he was kind of looking for, but he just didn't want to do it because this weird little detail that he just didn't want his movie to be thought of as a Kickstarter movie. Like that was it. That was the thing that prevented him from doing a crowdfunding. So even then, even with access or hypothetical access to a lot of money, which he could have had access to, it's still there of like, no, I just can't quite let it go and leave any aspect of this to sort of not be dialed into the precise specification of what I wanted it to be.
Primer was ultimately filmed in 2001 in Dallas, Texas. It would spend the next 2 years in post-production as Shane Carruth meticulously edited, scored, and did the visual effects for the film himself. Yes, that's right. Shane Carruth literally made this movie himself. But where does a movie go when it's done?
I met the early deadline for their submission, and that was in August, and I didn't find out it was actually in the festival until December. So, I made a trip out there. I wasn't sure what I was doing. I hadn't submitted to a festival before, and I was worried that it was a very political process, and that it didn't matter maybe so much on the merit of the film. It had more to do with who you knew. So I went out there and just started making calls just to get a tape in the hands of anybody that I thought might know somebody who knew somebody. And so I called hundreds of producers and managers and publicists and everyone. And I don't know if that had a lot. I don't know if that did any good, because I know for the weeks following I was still pestering people to take a look at the tape. And I know that eventually I got a call from someone at Sundance, and they had actually, it was one of the programs, and they had seen the film. And that was the first time I knew that it had gotten above the level that I was worried about, where maybe an intern takes a look at the first few minutes and dismisses it and then moves on, because they have so many submissions. So I don't know, it's all kind of foggy as to what exactly happened, but I know that it was a long waiting process till I found out that it was actually in December.
The thing he's leaving out there is, to my understanding, he actually did find a producer whose specific job it was to try and help him sell the movie. Like they call them, in air quotes, sales producers. And he's not talking about that there. And I don't know why he's not talking about that there, because that doesn't seem like something one would need to hide. But my understanding is that he did find a sales producer when he was in LA who helped him try and shop it around. Whether that got more eyeballs or actually sealed the deal at Sundance, I have no idea. But
well, it's not as romantic of a story, right? This story that he's telling here is like, we didn't really know what we were doing. I had really no idea what the process was, but I submitted the movie to Sundance, and then I just like went around talking to people, just kind of like with like a chicken with my head cut off, and the pachinko ball just settled in the right place. And but that's a little bit more romantic than like, yeah, I hired a sales producer and he helped us shop it. And
yeah, I mean, I don't know if those things are actually related. I just do know that he did find a sales producer. I've read in interviews elsewhere that he said that.
We're calling you out, Shane Carruth. This is the worst thing you've done. is lie about this.
So the you get into Sundance and you're like, oh fuck, all my dreams are about to come true. But that actually presented some significant problems. The film had been shot on 16
I
millimeter.
believe I can fly. Made a movie about going back in time. Think about it every night and day. Win the stock market and then fly away.
Can I piss on your face? Don't leave me hanging on that one. Come on, he peed on people. I'm not just saying that shit. R. Kelly peed on people.
Oh yeah, you're right. I shouldn't be singing that. I forgot. I didn't even think about that. R. Kelly is past canceled. I totally wasn't even thinking about that. I was just like, I'm going to sing this song from Space Jam.
So the film was shot on 16 millimeter film, but they had to find $30,000 to do what's called a blow up and turn the 16 millimeter film into 35 millimeter film. So that it could be screened at the festival.
It's so insane that they shot this on 16 millimeter film. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, because aside from some of the sort of interesting visual language that we were talking about before, that is really cool and kind of impressive that he was able to do that with no experience. The movie is by no means a beautiful movie. It has this really particular aesthetic, which in and of itself is really cool and aesthetically pleasing in its own way. But it's not a good looking film.
It's fucking. What are you talking about? It's amazing looking for $7,000.
Yeah, you're right. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, it's not a beautiful film in the way that, something like The Black Swan shot on 16 millimeter is. And it's just it's so crazy that at this time, even like nowadays, this whole movie could be shot on a cell phone and it would just look the same basically, or better. Like, but because like 2004, 2004, like, it doesn't feel that long ago, but it's so crazy that back then, which doesn't feel that long ago, he had to make this movie on film, because what other option would he have had?
Yeah. So they ended up finding a guy who would, finance the blow up, which was like basically like a family friend. And it gets accepted to Sundance.
I wanted to make this, I don't know, because I hadn't seen anything like this and I wanted to see it. Man, it's such a long process that I remember certain times where I was like, you know what, I think maybe this has a chance to, people might see something in this. And then there's other times where you look at it and you're like, nobody's going to sit through this. I can't force people to sit through this. It's not bad. Texas is a right-to-work state, so basically, if you shoot the film and run away, you can't really be held liable for anything. You don't need a permit or anything. So it's just a matter of sneaking in. I'm just ecstatic that I'm there, and I hope people like it. And I wake up in the middle of the night with nightmares about what's going to happen if people laugh and it's not a comedy or things like that. I'm just hoping none of that happens, which it almost certainly will.
He's got such a boyish, almost impish kind of, insecurity is the wrong word, but just kind of like,
that's what I was talking about earlier. He at all times, just, you can see it in his eyes. He's just like, I cannot believe this is happening.
Yeah. It's very cute, which is so funny considering who he is, because he's not a cute person. He's a very serious person and a very cerebral person, and he's the type of guy that wears like fucking, jackets with fucking pads on the elbows and shit, Yeah.
And years later, as we'll get into later on, when he starts, doing interviews and press junkets, post primer, post some of the failures that he's done, and like his demeanor totally changes in interviews in a way that I kind of want to talk about and deconstruct later on.
Yeah, I agree. But he's so charming in a very innocent way in these like that video we just watched was basically a Sundance Institute YouTube video that they had made that's just kind of like a generic, like, meet the artist. And, they make tons of those videos where they just have indie unknown filmmakers come in and interview them for, 5-10 minutes and then cut it down to a minute. And, most of the people that are in those things you probably have never heard of. Like, not to be mean, but it's hard to have any sort of longevity, and most people get like 1 or 2 bites at the apple, and then, life comes in, they, have kids, or they just have obligations to family, whatever. And he just seems so excited on like a bone deep level of like, this is fucking happening, and I just want to like hug everyone.
Yeah. I still can't get over the fact that they shot that movie on 16 millimeter and they had to spend $30,000 to blow it up to 35, which is just like, by today's standards, such overkill for what the movie is. Like the fact that technological limitations forced them to have to spend $30,000 to blow it up to 35 millimeter just to fit the requirements of the festival, when that's so unnecessary, like by today's standards, which is only a few short years later, that it's like you could shoot it in 5K on your iPhone.
The thing that's really mind-boggling to me is that the footage in the movie is the footage that they shot. There's, I think, approximately 2.5 minutes of additional footage. That means every shot in the movie was a one-take wonder. That's crazy.
Well, I mean, and nothing we've done has got blown up and gone to Sundance and become a thing that people are making podcasts about. But stuff we've made in the past, like that's how we do it, because we spend no money on anything. So things we've shot, like, I don't know how aware you are of this, if you just on because of your horrible memory, but like that's like, I shoot exactly what we need. Like, I'm not like, oh yeah, let's get coverage and let's shoot from here. Like, I shoot exactly what we need.
But Andrew, I fuck up and say things wrong, and then we do another take.
Well, that's the downside of video, because you psychologically know that you have infinite amount of time. But if we were shooting on film, you would not be fucking up.
That's true. But if we were shooting on film, we would be doing rehearsals. Like, we just shoot the rehearsals, and then, like, you know, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, that's...
Shoot the rehearsals, and then we're like, well, I guess that wasn't a rehearsal. So we are shooting at one take then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But even, like, some of the stuff we've shot where, like, you find it in the room, right? Like, for some of the scenes for this web series that we made, like, my character and this robot character that our friend Tyler played, we would, like, do the scene and then do the scene again, just completely improvised. And by doing it like 4 or 5 times, Tyler and I would find what the thing that we were supposed to be shooting was. And like, not that I'm saying that that's the only way we can work or should work. I don't even think it's necessarily the best way to do things, but it's the way that we did do them and have done them before. And I like doing it that way because you're able to test your ideas. Like, it's one thing when you're up at 2 a.m. typing like dick jokes or whatever, and you're like, this is hilarious. And it's a very different experience when you put it up on its feet metaphorically and you're performing it, and the jokes just aren't working, or the stuff, the material just is lacking, and then being able to pivot on the fly and fix it. That's what's so crazy to me about this, is that there was no pivoting. Think Film picked it up for distribution after the film, against all odds, wins Sundance. Mark Ermine, Think Film's head of theatrical distribution, would later say that they had a handshake agreement during the festival, but that the actual contract negotiations were the longest Think Film had ever been involved in. Shane Carruth apparently had extremely specific demands over how the rollout and distribution and technical specifications of the film's exhibition would be enacted. He wanted to retain as much control over the way the viewing public witnessed the end product as possible. Ultimately, the film, which was produced for a meager budget of $7,000, with an additional $30,000 for the 35mm blow-up, went on to make $545,000 at the box office.
Listen, the only way I'm signing this deal is if in that scene in the middle of the movie, whenever Abe's character sneezes, in every theater that this is screened in, it has to shoot out a little bit of mist in the seats. Like that Honey, I Blew Up the Audience ride. That's the only way I'll sign this deal.
Yeah, I, Mark Ermine, head of theatrical distribution at Think Film, am like, you know what, baby? You got a deal, kid.
We'll install Mr. Cannons in all theaters.
Primer received fairly positive reviews from critics upon its initial release, with Dennis Lim of The Village Voice saying that it was, in air quotes, the freshest thing the genre had seen since 2001: A Space Odyssey. A.O. Scott of the New York Times wrote that Carruth had the skill, the guile, and the seriousness to turn a cheeky philosophical gimmick into a dense and troubling moral puzzle. The density of the film is ultimately what has given it its longevity, with many even saying that the depiction of time travel is the first that's actually logically sound, and the closest to what would actually probably exist in the real world if time travel actually ever is invented. Let's analyze and take a moment to go in detail through the film and deconstruct how it depicts the act and logistics of time travel. Alright, so now we're getting into the explanation of time travel in Primer by Yaboise. So this analysis is largely based on a YouTube video by London City Girl, which is it's a really good video. And if you're curious to have visuals along with all of these very dense things that we're going to be discussing, I would highly recommend going and checking out London City Girl's YouTube channel, and specifically her explanation and analysis about the way time travel works within Primer.
Before we go into this breakdown like this that really goes into like the sequence of events of how the time travel works, just really quickly, almost to kind of like prime the pump a little bit.
Prime the pump a little bit?
Ah, yes. Because this movie's available on Amazon Prime.
Right, which makes it a prime candidate for viewing tonight, listener.
Order some Prime pizza if you have that chain and this reference applies to you.
Break out those back issues of the Malibu Comics series by Norm Brayfogle, Prime.
That's not even the right word. It's Primer. We've gone off we're making puns about the wrong word.
You're saying we're gonna prime the pump?
So basically, because I feel like we haven't really kind of explained it. I mean, obviously this is the part where we're explaining it. And the plot synopsis we read made it sound very complicated. And I don't think reading this breakdown will necessarily, like, I think this breakdown makes it make sense if you've watched the movie, but without the movie, it's still kind of complicated. So just to kind of give a more kind of like larger picture explanation of how the time travel works in this movie. And also aside from this, like, I would highly recommend watching this movie. Like, if anything, like, whether you listen to this whole episode and then afterwards, or maybe if you just pause this and go watch the movie and then come back, either way, watch the movie, watch Primer. But basically, they have these machines, which we've just described before, where they were trying to build this particular machine, and they accidentally built a machine that if you go into it and you stay in it when you've turned it on and you go into it and you stay in it for a certain amount of time, you go back in time the amount of time that you stay in the box. There's a lot of theoretical explanation of why that exists, but we don't need to go into that. Just in terms of like functionally how the time travel works. So they try to build this machine. They discover this. So essentially how the time travel works is you have this box that a human being can fit into. And inside of the box, you're essentially isolated from time, basically. And you have to turn the machine on. You can only go back in time as far as when the machine was turned on. So you can't go back to 1943 you can't go back to 1943 and like watch Hitler kill himself. You can't go back to 1939 and kill Hitler or whatever. You can only go back in time to when the machine was turned on. So you flip the machine on, and in theory, the moment you flip the machine on, your future self is going to come out of the machine. Like as soon as you turn it on, you will come out, your future self will come out of the machine. So you turn the machine on, you leave so that you do not cross paths with your future self. In the movie, they go and they stay in a hotel so that they completely, with no phone or anything, no TV. So they take themselves out of the timeline. They're completely isolated from anything that they could influence to change the timeline. And they wait for 6 hours. They come out of the hotel. They go back to the place where the time machine is. They get into the time machine and they stay in it for 6 hours. During that process, they've traveled backwards in time 6 hours to when they first turned on the machine, and they get out, and they're 6 hours in the past. Their past selves are in the hotel room, so they never intersect or cross paths. And they do these things that we're going to describe now. So that's the basics of how the time travel like functionally works. And also as a side thing, we learn later on in the movie that Abe has put a separate time machine in a different storage unit from the ones that we're kind of seeing throughout the movie. And he turned it on Monday and left it on. So even though they're going on these mini 6-hour time travel excursions throughout the movie, towards the end of the movie, he's able to go into this other time machine that's on a floor above the time machines that they're using and stay in it he brings multiple oxygen tanks and food basically, and he stays in it for a week, and he goes back to Monday when they first started time traveling. That's an overview of how the time travel works, like kind of structurally, not explaining the physics behind it, but just like how it happens in the movie.
Yeah, so now we're going to go through it kind of beat by beat. And, if you haven't seen Primer, we've obviously talked about spoilers before, but this will be a lot more interesting once you have seen the movie. So if you have seen Primer, great. If you haven't, buckle up. This might be a little bumpy, but hopefully it'll incentivize you to go see the movie. So we're going to do a kind of deep dive analysis, breaking down the movie in sequential order of how the time travel works.
Is this breakdown deep dive the sun beating down on several cracked eggs sitting out on a summer sidewalk? Because it's a spoiler.
That was such a long walk for that. It was such a long walk for that.
A long but enjoyable walk on a brisk evening.
It was a long stroll. All right, so the movie, it's been going for a while. We learn about these two guys. Aaron has a family. Abe is a little covetous of them. We see this in the social interactions. And then they discover that this device that they're inventing to, kind of make things lighter, is a time travel device. So they decide that they're going to play the stock market. They're going to do micro trades every day. So they're going to go live a day, check where what stock made a large gain that day.
They don't pull that Biff Tannen shit. They don't go for the big jackpot and then become like the mayor of a town or whatever the fuck is going on in that movie.
Yeah. So they go and they do this incrementally, step by step every day. They go back in time 6 hours, make the trade, live their, going forward in the next day, back in time 6 hours, so on and so forth. So the movie takes place, their time travel starts in the movie on Monday. So this is Monday, take one. So Monday morning at 5 a.m., we're going to codename him Abe Zero. Abe Zero switches on the fail-safe box, which is the emergency box on the floor above the floor where their main box is. Monday morning, 9 a.m., Abe switches on the primary box. Then he goes to a hotel room, locks himself away, and kind of just lives the whole day out there. The reason why Abe locks himself away in the hotel room is because he doesn't want to interact with the world in any way during the next, X amount of hours that will make a significant change. He's attempting to remove himself as a variable from the equation of life, essentially. So then at the end of that day, he finds out what stocks have gone up and will then use this knowledge to make money on the stock market, and then repeats the next day, traveling back in time at 3 p.m. So he decides that he's ready to travel back in time, and he enters the box at 3 p.m. and then spends 6 hours in the box, and then gets out of the box at 9 a.m. that same morning. So now he has traveled back to Monday morning, part 2 at 9 a.m. So now we'll call this Abe 1. Abe 0 is in the hotel room. Abe 1 just got out of the box. So Monday morning, take 2. So now there's 2 Abes on Monday morning at 9 a.m. Abe 0 and Abe 1. One is switching on the box, and then Abe 1 is the one who's just getting out of the box. Abe 1 goes to a park bench to tell Aaron 0. Aaron is the Shane Carruth character. Abe 1 is the David Sullivan character. So he tells Aaron 0 that they've succeeded and that they can now play the stock markets. They've invented time travel. He tells him this. And Aaron 0 is listening to March Madness on a headset in this scene as they're having this conversation. Abe 1 explains to Aaron 0 the rules of time travel and the basics of how it works in broad strokes. At the same point, over the course of that day, Aaron 0 plays basketball with some of his friends and invites an old acquaintance to a house party. He says that, he should come and also invite Rachel and her ex-boyfriend. So at 3 p.m., they both go to the U-Haul facility where the boxes are being stored. And they witness, they're like in a field, like probably 500 feet or, a mile, whatever, an extended period of distance away from the U-Haul. And they're sitting in the trunk of Aaron's truck. And they've got binoculars. And they're just kind of like talking about how they could do this. And Abe 1 stands up in front of Aaron and is like, look, I know what's about to happen is going to freak you out. I'm telling you this. I'm not pulling a trick on you. This is not me trying to fuck with you. Please don't yell. Don't draw attention to us. Whatever happens, it's actually happening. I swear to you, I'm not fucking with you.
Which I love, because I love that they just skip the whole, like, this isn't happening. This isn't happening. I'm dreaming. Wake up. I'm pitching myself. Oh, it hurts. What? Like, they skip that. Like, I hate those moments in movies. In movies where a shocking, fantastical thing happens. Like, just skip it.
Yep. Agreed. So he then steps aside and Aaron 0 sees Abe 0 walking into the U-Haul facility hauling a oxygen tank and a knapsack. And he's standing right next to Aaron. So how the fuck is he in both places at the same time? And that's when he realizes, oh, fuck, they did it. They invented time travel. So that night, Aaron goes to the party. They part ways. They're like, okay, we're going to do this time travel thing. They part ways. Aaron goes to the party where Rachel's ex-boyfriend comes and threatens people with a shotgun. Aaron 0 manages to disarm him and save anybody from being hurt. The next day, Tuesday, take 1. Aaron 0 says he's in. He wants to time travel. So Tuesday at 9 a.m., they both switch on boxes, then hole up in a hotel room. Then at 3 p.m., they get into their respective boxes and ride them down the line back to Tuesday at 9 a.m. So Tuesday, take 2. Now, Abe 2 and Aaron 1 get out of the boxes. While their doubles are in the hotel room, they play the stock market and make money. This is where things should be fine. Abe 2 and Aaron 1 go forward in the timeline, and their other versions then get into the boxes and go back into the past, thus kind of finishing the time travel loop. However, there's a snag. Aaron 1 discovers Abe's failsafe box. He keeps the knowledge to himself, though. He doesn't bring it up. It's not a big conflict. There's just one shot of Aaron opening a U-Haul facility door, looking at the failsafe box, and then closing it. And the first time you're watching the movie, it doesn't really register as anything. But in watching it again, it clicks what that moment is. So he keeps the knowledge to himself. And then he decides to use it. So he travels back down the line to Monday at 5 a.m. in order to correct the events of Rachel's ex-boyfriend at the party harassing people with the shotgun. So now, Monday, take 3. Aaron 2 gets out of the failsafe box and immediately gets out and sets up the original failsafe box for Monday morning at 5 a.m. just in case they have to reset the timeline again. So Aaron 2 then has a genius idea. He's going to record the whole day so he can play it back and basically lip sync his way through life, thus enabling him to repeat Monday as many times as he needs to without making any divergent timelines. However, there's another problem. Because this wasn't originally planned, and since Aaron 0 isn't aware of the idea of time traveling yet, there's a problem. They're both just walking around in the world at the same time. So Aaron 2 goes to his house, drugs Aaron 0's breakfast, and locks him unconscious in the attic. So now, at 9 a.m., Abe 1 gets out of the original box. Aaron 2 waits for Abe 1 on the bench. Remember how he was listening to March Madness during the original conversation? Well, he wasn't. He was recording the conversation.
Aaron 0 was Aaron 2 the entire fucking time.
So good. It's so fucking rad.
There never was an Aaron 0. He was up in the attic.
So they live out Monday again, Aaron 2 invites his friend to the party again, and then at 3 p.m., they watch Abe 0 getting into the box. Abe 2 attends the party and disarms Rachel's ex again.
Aaron 2 attends the party.
Aaron 2. Sorry. So now we're on Tuesday, take 3. Abe 1 and Aaron 2 set up their boxes. They go to the hotel room. They wait the day out. At 3 p.m., they travel back in time to 9 a.m. and they do the whole trading thing, blah, 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 blah. Tuesday, take 4. Abe 2 and Aaron 3 play the markets. At 3 p.m., their doubles go into their boxes and back into the past, and then they can go back to Aaron's house to celebrate and hang out, and there's no more doppelgangers in their present, aside from the fact that Aaron 2 is a doppelganger.
And Aaron 0 is in the attic.
Aaron 0 is in the attic, right. So they talk about time travel in this scene where they're just having like this kind of hypothetical conversation with Aaron's wife, and that's in the trailer, that moment where he's like, you've got his and her matching helicopter pads, billions of dollars in the bank. What do you do? What do you fill your days with? And Aaron 3 confesses that he just wants to punch.
Ross Perot was in the movie?
Yeah, Ross Perot. Yeah. Yeah, you don't know this, but Ross Perot originally played Aaron, and they had to CGI Shane Carruth's head onto Ross Perot's body for the whole movie.
Can I finish going back in time? Can I finish? Even though that joke doesn't work because that line David Sullivan says, that's an Abe line, but fuck it, whatever. So Aaron confesses that he just wants to punch Platt, a former investor that in their little kind of like IP mining conglomerate, in the face just once. This guy, through context clues, it seems like he's screwed them over or said he would invest in something and didn't, or, he wronged them from their perspective in some way. And then he could just, Aaron then says he wants to punch him in the face, and then he could just travel back in time and tell himself not to do it because it didn't solve anything. And, his wife and Abe they kind of react in this, like, oh, good for you, man. Having a backbone. That's great way. Which is kind of funny because it's like, it's not really having a backbone. Like, it's kind of literally the opposite of having a backbone. Like, he's literally being like, I will go to the lengths of inventing time travel in order to passive aggressively punch someone in the face and then like erase it from existence so I never have to face the repercussions of doing it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So at the end of this scene, there's this little button where Aaron's wife asks him to go clean out the attic because she's pretty sure that there's rats up there, which we, the audience, obviously know they're not rats. It's Aaron 0, like, being drugged and like trying to get the fuck out of the attic, but he can't. So now we move forward to the next day. Wednesday, take 1, 9 a.m. They switch on the boxes. They go to the hotel. They discuss the fact that Aaron 3 hasn't revealed anything to his wife yet. He mentions that he might, try and fly her and himself and the family to Costa Rica and then tell her. At 3 p.m., they go into the boxes and ride them down the line. Wednesday, take 2. Now, Abe 3 and Aaron 4 play the market. However, today, Aaron starts bleeding from his ears. At night, they continue down the timeline, and they, their doubles loop back into the time travel machines. Then later that night, Abe 3 learns about Aaron going to the party to stop the ex-boyfriend, and he berates him for being irresponsible. Thursday, take 1. Abe 3 and Aaron 4 turn on the boxes, go to the hotel room, and begin waiting until 3 p.m. to arrive. Aaron 4 then fucks up and accidentally answers a phone call from his wife. This obviously is a problem. When a cell phone takes a call, does it ping the network? And if there are two numbers with duplicate SIM cards, does it ring both of them? Does it ring the one geographically closest to the cell tower? Like, how does that work? So they're not sure if they have just broken symmetry by answering the phone call. So Abe suggests leave the phone in the hotel room, and then his double in the alternate timeline, when he comes back to the room, will answer the phone because Aaron 4 won't have it with him. So that's what they agree to do. Thursday, take 2. Thursday at 9 a.m., Aaron 5 now and Abe 4 emerge from the boxes. Abe 4 and Aaron 5 play the markets, except Aaron 5 fucked up again and brought his fucking cell phone into the past with him.
And let me just say that accidentally bringing your cell phone back in time is totally a Dave move.
Why? Why? Why would you say that?
Like you would break the fucking time continuum.
Yeah, I would.
And you just see me in a picture, like my hand disappearing, and I'd be like, "Fuck you, Dave," and I'd just wink out of existence.
Yeah, I absolutely would fuck up and bring my cell phone. So Abe 4 and Aaron 5 play the markets, except he fucked up and he brought his cell phone, which means that he gets a call midday and the double in the hotel room doesn't get the call. So at 3 p.m., the doubles go back into the boxes. Abe 4 and Aaron 5 continue down the timeline. Everything appears to be fine, they think. Friday, take 1. The would-be Friday 9 a.m. routine changes because Abe 4 is woken up by some kids playing outside really late at night, like around 3 in the morning, by hitting cars with a baseball bat and setting the alarms off. There are 2 things that have been playing on Abe 4's mind during all of this. First, the conversation between him and Aaron, 3, about punching Platt, the investor. And second, the fact that they broke symmetry with the cell phone calls that day. And this is when we learn that Abe has a double failsafe box. We didn't know this in the narrative of the movie. Once you watch it again, you can see the part where he finds that double failsafe, but we didn't realize it at this point. He's been secretly turning on additional sets of boxes at 5 p.m. in the evenings, just in case something goes wrong and the timeline gets fucked up and they have to travel back in time to the previous day in order to fix something. So Abe comes up with a plan. If he and Aaron 5 go to Platt's house right now and punch him in the fucking face, they can use the boxes and return to 5 p.m. on Thursday evening, emerging as Abe 5 and Aaron 6. They can then hide away until 3 a.m. Friday morning and scare away the kids that were hitting parked cars with baseball bats, which will then result in their doubles stopping from waking up at 3 a.m. and thus correcting the timeline. But of course, it's a movie, so it doesn't quite work out the way that they want it to. As he and Aaron 5 are traveling to Platt's house, they spot Mr. Granger, who is a character who's been briefly set up before as Rachel's dad, who may or may not be investing in some of their ideas. Despite Aaron seeing him earlier that day clean-shaven, he now has a beard which looks about like 3 days worth of growth. They realize he's been time traveling. Abe decides that it's time to use his, what he thinks is the original Monday morning 5 a.m. time travel failsafe box. Independently, Aaron 5 also decides it's time to use his failsafe, which he set up when he came back from the original failsafe. So Aaron 5 isn't exactly sure how or why Mr. Granger is time traveling, but he's sure that he basically has to do something with the party and Rachel's ex. So he decides that he has to redo the party again and make sure that they fully stop the ex and that the ex goes to prison.
And this is one of the many moments that I'm kind of talking about, specifically where you kind of have to like invent your own explanation for what's going on, because, you know, spoiler alert, this is never explained. There's never like Mr. Granger was time traveling because you never know. So you're free to kind of imagine like, oh, maybe sometime in the future, even though they stopped the boyfriend from doing anything dangerous at the party, and the police come and arrest him, maybe 3 months from now, they've pitched Mr. Granger the idea. He's like, holy fucking shit, here's $500,000 or whatever. He learns about time travel. The boyfriend gets out of jail and murders Rachel. And then he's like, I got to go back in time. He learns about but this is all me making this up. And I think that's a fairly like logical explanation for it, but that does not exist in the narrative of the film whatsoever.
Yeah, my assumption was always that like that the ex-boyfriend character 3 days after they had stopped him used the shotgun and killed somebody, whether it was Rachel or the cousin or whoever, and that Mr. Granger realized this, and somehow Abe felt so guilty about it that Abe told him the time travel boxes existed. He then broke into the U-Haul facility and used them. And I feel like, actually, now that we're talking about it, I feel like I've seen an interview where, or maybe it's even on the director's commentary of the movie, where Shane says something along those lines, where he's like, Rachel died and Mr. Granger is using it after Abe told him about it. Which, like you said, it's not in the movie, but it is like what else could it be? You know, like it's.
Well, it's interesting because it's metatextually, it's similar to the flux of the timeline where it's like you have like an A and a Z, and you can kind of like how those things fit together or how A gets to Z. It kind like your explanation of what you just said is no better or worse than what I said. They're the same. It gets you to the same endpoint. So it kind of doesn't really matter what happens in between. And that's what makes the movie so infinitely rewatchable, because you can just come up with all these different theories of all these little in-between moments and ways that gaps are bridged. And it's really interesting and fun to do that.
So now they choose to use the failsafe device. So he travels back down the line again to Monday morning take 4. They get out of the boxes at 5 a.m., but this time they're Aaron 6 and Abe 5. A beleaguered Aaron 6 goes to his house and confronts Aaron 2 and informs him about what's happening. He, tells him how important the party is and how he has to stop the ex-boyfriend, and then gives him all the recordings of what has been happening, the days that they've done. There are now 3 Aarons in the timeline. Aaron 0, which is locked in the attic, Aaron 2, which is the one that's in the house currently, and Aaron 6, the beleaguered old man who's just over this and just depressed and done. So Aaron 2, looking at how dedicated Aaron 6 is to this plan, decides, you know what, fuck it. You stay, fix the timeline, I'm out. So Aaron 2 leaves.
I'm going to go live in a village in Belize and
start a gang of people shitting in my mouth, which is a reference to our... Whatever. Okay. So Aaron 2 is looking at how dedicated Aaron 6 is and just basically is like, all right, fine, you can take over the Aaron life. I'm going to leave. And this is also the same Aaron who in the library scene in the middle of the movie talks about moving to Costa Rica.
Costa Mesa? You almost said Costa Mesa.
I almost said Costa Mesa.
Like, I'm just popping out of Costa Mesa, just, greater Los Angeles area.
It's really interesting, though, when you're watching back the movie and tracking the different Aarons, how they all have distinct, very subtle characters. Aaron 2 is always mercenary, cold-blooded, out for himself. And it's really, really interesting how Shane Carruth is able to get that level of character across in just like basically exposition dumps. Like it's not like they have a whole lot of, in air quotes, character work to do.
Yeah, and that's it. That doesn't happen in these movies. There's really no scenes where like characters build upon themselves. Like everything is like told in these like little fractured, clipped moments.
So Abe 5 goes to his house, gasses the original Abe 0, and locks him in the bathroom. So now Abe 5 and Aaron 6 meet up at the park bench where they're each individually, they don't know the other person isn't the original version of the other person. And so Abe starts to do his whole like, hey, I'm here to tell you the fucking time travel exists scene. But then the severe fatigue of time travel catches up with him and he just passes out mid-exposition dump. So then Aaron 6 tells Abe everything. And Aaron 6 then goes and plays basketball, hopefully for the last time, gets the guy, his friend, to attend the party and bring Rachel's ex-boyfriend. And then, it's cool too, because in this scene and in various versions of this basketball scene, it always has the same end point of like, come to the party and, oh yeah, bring so-and-so, isn't that Rachel's ex-boyfriend? Yeah, they're fine now, just bring him. And in this scene, they're playing basketball and he misses a jumper, and the other character, the like friend character, is just like, what the fuck, man? Like you always make that shit. You shouldn't be wearing like a fucking collared shirt and slacks, bro. Like come prepared. And he's like, yeah, whatever. And then rolls back into the like, earpiece timeline stuff. And it's really fun and subtle how those timelines are conflicting and contrasting with each other.
Yeah, things are always in flux, and they can kind of have variations as long as they kind of hit the main points, which is kind of what I was saying with the whole Mr. Granger thing of like, the bullet points of like they invent time travel and then somehow Mr. Granger appears clearly having time travel. Those are the cemented moments, and like the stuff that happens in between, it's all in flux, and there's a bunch of variables and things subtly change from like iteration to iteration. But as long as it hits those points, that's what kind of matters. And that's a really fascinating version of time travel, as opposed to the other one where the butterfly effect or chaos theory version, where tiny little subtle deviations cause monumental changes in the timeline, a ripple effect of everything changing.
Yeah. So now we're on Tuesday, take 5, which is, they were at the end of that last sequence on Monday, take 4, or whatever it is, Monday, take 5, whatever. They go to the party and they succeed in stopping the ex-boyfriend in a way that is far more definitive than the rest of the movie. So now it's Tuesday, take 5, and they go to the airport. Aaron 6 is going to leave and make a new identity for himself, and then let Aaron 0, who's still in the attic, have his life back. Which is the only, for a movie this structurally complex, the only plot hole, the only one, is how the fuck is Aaron 0 still in the attic? Yeah,
well, that's what I thought, is like, because she's like, oh, I think there's rats in the attic. And it's like, you wouldn't, if you were just a person in your attic for days, there's a difference between rats scurrying and somebody going, like, even if you couldn't hear, like, let's just assume that it's somehow soundproof where you couldn't hear someone going, help! But let's say you couldn't hear. But that's definitively a person in your attic.
Is he tied up in there? And if he's tied up, does that mean Aaron 6/Aaron 2 are like feeding him every day? So he knows.
Is he just starving up there?
Yeah, he's just because that's what it kind of seems like, is he's just like, okay, I guess we're just going to starve Aaron 0 until he's fucking dead, which, like, that's fucking dark if that's what it is. I guess it kind of has to be, now that we're talking about it, because it's not like he can just drug him and leave him up there, because he's a fucking adult man who has fingers and could just open the fucking attic door. So that means he's tied up there for like 4 or 5 days, starving to death, with no food, no water, shitting himself. Aaron 2 is cruel as fuck.
The time stream corrupted him.
Yeah.
He went bad.
So Aaron 6 is about to, this kind of grand farewell. The climax of the movie is them in the airport, and they're having this kind of argument, right? Aaron 6 is going to leave. He's going to make a new identity for himself and let Aaron 0 take over. And Abe 5 decides to stay and basically watch over and make sure that Aaron 0 doesn't create time travel. So Aaron 6 makes a kind of snide dig at Abe 5 and is kind of like, you've always wanted a family. Like, why don't you just replace Aaron and, just make them your family? Like, you've always wanted blah, blah. You've always wanted what I have, blah, 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 blah.
I'm a time cook.
Wouldn't it be more like a Eurotime cuck? Because he's like shit talking him.
No, but he's like fuck my time wife. My past self will watch.
Yeah, yeah. So Abe decides that he's gonna stay and watch over everything and kind of be a protector of the timeline, in air quotes. So they have this last little kind of tete-a-tete where their relationship just completely degrades and is irreparably damaged and falls apart. And that's kind of the end of the movie, except there's one shot that's like a epilogue or a coda where we see Aaron in a room with like 6 people in jumpsuits. And he's like, every 2 to 4 feet, every 2 to 4 feet. Okay, every 2 to 4 feet. Let's go. And that's a perfect example of kind of what we were talking about, of like how Shane Carruth, a normal scene would have been like, all right, guys, thanks for coming in. We're building our giant room-sized time machine, and we're going to fuck some shit up. Shane Carruth's version of that is every 2 feet. All right, guys, 2 feet. Thank you.
And that's crazy because a lot of information is conveyed in that, because there's like every 2 to 4 feet. Like, that implies that this thing is going to be huge.
It's going to be huge. Yeah. But I think that's actually my favorite.
Because you wouldn't say that unless there was like multiple 2 to 4 feet.
Yes. And I think that's actually my favorite shot in the movie. Like, just the way it's done, where you're like, there's like all these people's shoulders and it's handy cam, and, he's kind of like, almost flanked by people, and these people are talking in French, and he's like, every 2 to 4 feet, and it's just that. It's like a 4-second shot, 5-second shot, and it's so, like you said, there's just so much information packed into that tiny, tiny space. Aaron 2, the villain of it all. Yeah, so that's a kind of breakdown of how the movie works and how structurally it kind of keeps looping back on itself as it moves forward. There's also a narration mechanic that's through the whole thing, which is basically a phone message that Aaron 6 leaves to Aaron 2, which is, the kind of like framing device of the movie is that message. Or Aaron 2 is the narrator, rather, to Aaron 6. And that more or less is the structure of the movie. So little did I know that this movie was just gonna fucking blow my mind when I saw it. And I feel like a lot of people had a similar reaction, which is why so many people were just like, Shane Carruth is the next fucking guy. And
Yeah, I mean, there's sort of 3 divergent reactions to this. And 2 of them were kind of like on the opposite ends of the spectrum, but also like both kind of annoying in their own way. One of the reactions was just, kind of just being mind blown by it, of just like, this is a singular experience. Like how many times in your life do you see a movie this sort of unique in its visual and narrative language that approaches storytelling and story structure from this way, that simultaneously kind of has this high concept gimmick, but executes that gimmick in a way that is unlike anything you've ever seen. Doesn't feel like a gimmick. It doesn't feel like a high concept like trick. It really feels like a singular, unique experience in storytelling. And then the other 2 reactions are the reaction of like, I don't want, like, that movie just doesn't make any sense, or like that I watched that movie, I didn't understand a word of it. Like that kind of reaction where you almost kind of like turn up your nose in like a lowbrow way of like, this is dumb nerd shit. Like, what the fuck is this? And then there's the other reaction where it's like you almost like wear this like a gatekeeper reaction where you're just like, this is a film for like sophisticated people, and like you almost like wear it like a badge of honor of like, I'm one of the few people who gets this movie, which is also kind of equally as annoying as the other thing.
I mean, I guess the real question is there a danger in having this much success off of the first movie that you make for $7,000?
I mean, that's a loaded question because you're kind of setting up this whole thing, but it's the Carly Rae Jepsen effect, which I have talked about on this podcast, but I will reiterate it for the completionist canon of this Shane Carruth series. Carly Rae Jepsen came onto the scene with the overnight smash success hit radio pop song, Call Me Maybe. And listen, whatever your thoughts are on Call Me Maybe, I fucking love that song. I never got tired of it. I liked it from the beginning and I never got sick of it. But regardless of what you think about the song, whether you hate it, whether you're one of those people that like turns your nose up at pop music and it's like, oh, cookie cutter processed pop music made by fucking record labels to turn a profit, this isn't real music or whatever. Like, if you think that, or if you kind of like the song but you got sick of it because you heard it too many times, whatever you think about it, it's undeniable that song was like in the pantheon of pop songs. Like, that's a standout of like, this was a fucking phenomenon. That is not just a hit #1 pop song. That is like a fucking phenomenon that happened, that invaded our world for months, and nobody could deny that. Like, that was such a massive accomplishment of success for her. Not like, because the song was, written and produced by companies, and she was to a certain degree a product being marketed to. So I'm not saying like, oh, she did this herself or whatever, like Shane Carruth style. But in terms like that is a huge benchmark accomplishment of success in a musical career. But at the same time, it was a curse for the rest of her career, because from that point on, any music that she ever released was going to be in the shadow of that, both the expectations and also the opinions of it, because She put out an album a handful of years later in 2015 called Emotion, which is like a decidedly more kind of like slightly more indie approach to pop, kind of like a throwback 80s synth pop style, which was kind of popular at the time. And it was less of a like, we're trying to get on the radio, and it was more of a kind of step back, slightly more personal project, where she got a bunch of different synth pop producers to collaborate with her on a bunch of different songs, and she kind of worked with them directly, and it was less of a like manufactured pop product. I love the album, but the album definitely went under the radar and kind of didn't really get any kind of mainstream radio player recognition. And, you know, my hypothesis is that the reason for that is because when she put out new music, everybody was like, that's that Call Me Maybe girl. So all the people that hated Call Me Maybe, which might have liked the album because it was a different thing. It was not that type of music at all. But they were like, that's the fucking Call Me Maybe girl. Fuck that song. All the people who loved Call Me Maybe heard a couple of samples of, and it was like, this isn't Call Me Maybe. This isn't this fucking perfectly accessible pop song. This is like kind of more gritty and a little bit more indie. So that one song just like reached forward in time and kind of cursed her career to like have a slow downturn. That's the Carly Rae Jepsen effect.
Yeah, it's the thing that you're so successful at one thing that it fucks up the rest of everything, basically, because you can never rival the expectations.
Yeah, it's a black hole and you just cannot escape the gravitational pull of it.
Yeah, which, you know, is oddly apocryphal for our boy Shane Carruth.
Hey everybody, my name is Hilsmer Spatcha Damon, the Space Hell Demon, and Andrew and Dave are forcing me to—
What are you talking about, Hilsmer? Nobody's forcing you to do anything. You literally barged in here in the middle of me recording this promo and insisted that you do it. You said that I sucked at it and you could do it so much better than me.
Yeah, exactly. I'm being forced to do it because you suck so much at your job. So anyway, Andrew and Dave are forcing me to get on the microphone today and kind of go over a bunch of the cool deep cut stuff that's going on right now. So first and foremost, Dave is coming out with a new Picture Box book, which I guess are apparently called comics now, all of a sudden. But yeah, the book is called Everyone is Tulip, and it's coming out June 29th, available in all comic stores and stores in general, I guess. And it's written by Dave, and it's drawn by Nicole Gu, and it's colored by Ellie Hall. And it's basically about an aspiring actress who moves to LA to try to make it big, and then she ends up sort of doing these weird experimental performance art YouTube videos and gets mixed in with this sort of identity shattering underbelly of Los Angeles. Yeah, so that book is coming out June 29th, and you can actually read the entire thing by going to everyoneistulip.com, where they're releasing the book page by page as a webcomic leading up to the release of it. Also, you can get official Deep Cuts merch by going to deepcutspod.com and clicking on the shop, or you can go to bit.ly.com/deepcutsmerch, and you can get t-shirts, you can get hats, you can get coffee mugs, you can get baby onesies. You can also get a Mystery Treehouse Investigation Agency patch that you can put on a backpack or put on your jacket by going to deepcutspod.com and going to the shop, or you can actually get that at Dave's shop at heydavebaker.com, or you can get it at Andrew's shop at dapricerights.com. You should also follow Deep Cuts on YouTube by searching Deep Cuts, where we are going to be releasing some cool, interesting, long-form video in the coming months. You can follow Deep Cuts on Facebook, where Dave and Andrew put out these like reaction videos where they watch old movies and kind of react to them. You can also join the Facebook group, which is a group where a bunch of Deep Cuts listeners go to kind of hang out and talk about episodes or talk about random, interesting subjects. A lot of episodes are kind of born in that group. There's a lot of memes that happen there. It seems like just a fun place for fucking nerds that like this bullshit would hang out. You can follow Deep Cuts on TikTok at Mystery Treehouse, where they do short form explainers. So if there's an idea that's like not long enough or in depth enough to do like a full episode on, they'll do like 3-minute explainers on TikTok. You can also check out all the different books and projects that Andrew and Dave are releasing on their websites, dapricerights.com and heydavebaker.com, where they put out comics and books and video projects and anything else they're doing outside the Deep Cuts world, such as Dave's books Fuck Off Squad and Action Hospital, or Andrew's book Deadbolt AI Private Eye. And finally, if you go to deepcutspod.com and scroll to the bottom to sign up for the mailing list, you'll receive a semi-regular newsletter called the Mystery Treehouse Investigation Agency Circular, which collects all the news and new content that Andrew and Dave are putting out and kind of puts it in one place, as well as provides some more commentary, and maybe in the future there might be some cool behind-the-scenes info that's going to be released there. There. Are you fucking happy?
Once again, Hillsmer, you didn't need to do that. You insisted, and in fact, I would have preferred to do it.
Is that the thanks I get?
Get out of here.
Act 2, The Burden of Ambition. Put yourself in Shane Carruth's position. You don't have any real knowledge of the film industry. You don't have any real skills developed from attending film school. You're not a graphic designer. You're not an editor. And you don't really understand what producing entails. But you had a dream. You had a vision of a world where you made a movie. And you manifested that. You took it to its full potential. Sure, the budget was meager. It was mostly just you and some guy you met through an open casting call, and a fuckload of time spent in your garage hacking away at negatives. But you did it. You accomplished the impossible with almost zero resources. You had no help, you had no connections, and you had no real understanding of what it would have taken to mount the effort in the first place. And yet here you are. You've won Sundance. You've signed a major distribution deal, and your movie came out. Sure, it didn't make $1 billion, but also, that was never the goal. The goal was to make a piece of work. The goal was to create what was in your head in reality. And you did that full fucking stop. You succeeded after 2 solid years of trapping yourself in the garage and staring at your laptop and saying to yourself, is anybody gonna give 2 fucks about this? But they did. And not only did you gain the respect of your immediate family members who low-key tolerated your insane vision, but you became friends with some of the most powerful filmmakers in Hollywood. So why not shoot for something truly ambitious? After Primer had come out and gained some critical acclaim, Shane Carruth became the talk of the independent film world in the early 2000s. His next project would not actually be the script that he would mention multiple times during press tours for Primer, a movie about the transatlantic shipping trade titled The Modern Ocean. He would begin writing that picture as a romance, but eventually put it aside in favor of something with a scope on a near inhuman level, pun intended. You'll get that when you listen to this the second time. His next script, which would be a science fiction would-be epic, was first teased on Twitter by his frequent collaborator David Sullivan, who said that the film was in the early stages of pre-production, but we wouldn't hear anything about it for an extended period of time. The film's title, A Topiary. This project would be shrouded in secrecy with only weird, vague synopses and websites being available. The tagline, over and over again, you've been promised adventure and have not found it. The commonly understood facts about this project that leaked out over time were that it was a sweeping sci-fi epic that starred primarily children actors. Rumors persisted and circulated that Carruth didn't want any known performers to be in the film. No movie stars or celebrities whatsoever. Which, you know, he's fucking rad as an artistic line to draw in the sand, however, makes it pretty fucking difficult to get studios to give you the money you need to make the film. We're now going to attempt to deliver a relatively brief synopsis of the 244-page monster document. To get the details out of the way, A Topiary is split into 2 acts. Act 1 follows Acre Stowe, a mathematician, as he becomes obsessed with these strange sigils and bizarre paths that they lead him down. It takes up roughly 60 pages of the screenplay. Act 2 follows, in air quotes, the boys, as they find the Maker, a device that allows them to produce strange components, which when fitted together, build into pseudo-sentient, coral-like life forms. In an interesting, stylistic, and pragmatic opening, A Topiary begins with a note from Carruth himself.
Note, for a couple reasons, the screenplay does not adhere to the 1 page per minute convention. 1. Although most scenes are incredibly brief, there are more than twice as many of them here than an average script, resulting in more description and scene headings. 2. Many objects in this story don't have a real-world analog, again resulting in more description. The first act, involving the adults in the early 1980s, is paced somewhere between a traditional narrative and the quote-unquote previously on section of a TV show. Assume there is a cut to between every action. It will run at about 30 seconds a page, taking 30 minutes of screen time. The kid's story runs at 40 seconds a page for another 2 hours of screen time. And note that he doesn't specify what time period the second part occurs, which is kind of seems like a purposeful omission.
Yeah. We're going to summarize this script, which this summary is also, heavily influenced by the YouTube creator Disregarding Henry and his breakdown of the script. I've read it and Andrew has read it, so we're going to be interjecting with our thoughts and comments along the way. But just so you're aware, this section is very similar to Disregarding Henry's. So thanks for doing a good job summarizing Disregarding Henry. And with that, let's do it. So A Topiary, Act 1. Here we have our first surprise. Act 1 opens with a family, mom, dad, and 3 kids packed into a car traveling down a highway. Nothing extraordinary is happening. The dad is driving and mom is trying to take care of all 3 kids at once until a truck suddenly changes lanes in front of them and the dad loses control of the car in a horrific accident that takes place, killing everyone. Shane Carruth specifies in the script that the whole scene takes place in a single shot with the camera locked down in the back of the car facing forward, watching all of this unfold without any cuts. After the shocking prologue, we meet our main character of the story, Acre Stowe, an analyst who works for the Department of Transportation. He's asked by some lobbyists who are planning to build a headquarters for a rapid response team for dealing with serious traffic accidents in the center more quickly. So they want to basically take the locations of every car accident that's happened and in the city over the past 7 years and determine from that information the geographical center of it, which is where they're going to build their kind of rapid response unit. When you started reading this, did you read the script prior to reading this and my outline of everything? Like, did you know what you were going into, or did you read the script cold?
Oh yeah. I read the script without reading any of this.
What were your initial thoughts
on the script as a whole?
Just this opening, because I feel like it's such a drastically different opening than like, all right, so there's guys in a garage and they're building a time machine.
Yeah, I mean, I think because I'm very aware of the script and its existence, and I was not vaguely aware. I was aware that of kind of the general concept of what the movie was supposed to be. I think I've heard about this for years because he's, as we kind of said before, they've been talking about this for a long time. For years and years, almost going back to when Primer was out, when it first was released. And I was kind of thinking of like, why did I never read the script? And I think that much as ends up being the case a lot of the times in the last 4 years, anytime I'm ever like, why did I never watch that? Or why did I never read that or whatever? It's always because I can always trace it back to, oh, this thing came out in the first 2 years of JJ the Fourth being born, where I didn't do anything. I didn't watch movies or read books or anything during those first 2 years. It was like a black spot in my like history of consuming media. And the script for the movie, I think it finally kind of, maybe it like leaked or something like that before that, but he like put it out for people to read like a couple of years ago, like during this time. But I knew what the movie was supposed to be, which is like a bunch of kids like build animals or something. So I guess my initial reaction reading it was like, I guess I was just thinking like, when does it get to that? Like, that's like, I was like, the first act of the movie is like, what does this have to do with what I understand this movie to be about? So I guess it was just almost like I knew what it was getting to. And the whole time I was like, how is it building to that? And spoiler alert, it doesn't. It just hard transitions to a completely different story. But as I was reading it, I was like, how is this getting to that? That was my thought, I think, the whole time. Like I was telling my wife about it. She's like, what are you reading? And I was like, oh yeah, it's a movie where it's supposed to be about a bunch of kids that like take all these weird little mysterious devices and like build them together, and they turn into these large like dinosaur looking creatures and stuff. But I was on like page 40 or something like that. But I was like, but also like, I kind of don't know when that's going to happen, because right now I'm reading it and nothing like that has happened yet. So I don't even know.
Yeah, that was kind of similar to mine, except I went into it knowing that there was this like first act, second act thing. And as the first act started to unravel and like reveal what it was, I was like, oh, this is so Shane Carruth. Like every page, I would just be like, Like we'll get to why I thought that. But I was almost kind of like I was just never mind. I'll wait to say that till we get to it. So they're trying to build this rapid response team, and they want it built in the center of those potential accidents. So, they want to know the locations of any theoretical future accidents based on an average, or at least, that's what they say. And Aker crunches the numbers and on the locations, and it's revealed to be an intersection in the city of the streets Lamar and Cheeks Sparger, which is just a plain, ordinary intersection. So Aker actually, is like pleased. He's like, oh, I turned out to not be like on a mountain out in the middle of nowhere or something. So he turns the work in, and the lobbyists are disappointed. This particular intersection isn't anywhere near their preferred locations of where they want to build this rapid response building. So they want this building, to be, they want to update the information with 7 years of traffic accidents plus 7 of the most recent accidents, and add that to the equations and give it to Aker to do it again, so he can try and give them a better place to put the rapid response place. And he's pretty frustrated because he's just like, this is like, what's the point in running these numbers if you're going to rig the system? So he does his job, and he runs the numbers again, performs all the mathematical computations, and theoretically different results should come out. But this time he's surprised to discover that the new information does not alter the location of where the epicenter is. It's still Lamar and Cheeks Sparger. So the lobbyists are kind of suspicious, and they think that he's playing some kind of joke. So they select 3 months with unusually high accident rates from the city records, and they give those to Aker to do the whole thing all over again. And he does it once again, but it's the same intersection that it results. It gives him Lamar and Cheeks Sparger. And, he gives it to other coworkers, and they do the same thing, and they get the same results. And basically nobody can understand how this is possible. And it out of frustration, he asks the lobbyists to just basically tell him where they want the building site to be, and he'll just fake the results to suit the location, that they want problem solved. And now, they do, and he does, and it is what it is. The only problem is he can't stop thinking about that intersection and these mathematical equations and why none of them are lining up. So, he kind of develops this internal obsession with this intersection. And why is this intersection the terminus of all of these equations? And what is so special about this intersection? So he starts visiting Cheeks Sparger and Lamar like every day, examining the buildings, trying to see what this intersection has that could possibly be an angle on why this is happening. And then he even goes so far as to have the rooftops inspected, and even digs up a section of the street illegally, trying to find if there's some strange aspect to the road itself. And he wants to examine the wiring underneath the streets to find out if there's something weird there. But nothing he does yields any sort of real, concrete, actionable explanation. But he can't stop looking for, a reason. He needs this solution as to why this is the epicenter of all these accidents. So he goes there one day, and he witnesses he sees an accident, and it's taken place at this intersection, and the glass from the accident has like sprayed out in a semicircle of intricate kind of interwoven lines. And the impact of this series of lines shows the direction of the energy from the vehicles, and it basically, like everything else, kind of ties in together, and he's able to determine that there's a single thing that's based on this. But it leads to like a startling discovery, basically, where Aker is about to return home on a bus when he notices a helicopter in the distance flying past a high rise, and he sees a clear glint. He sees like a glint of light that hits the building's windows, and it bounces into his eyes. And for an instant, he's kind of like blinded, and he's like blinking away the light. And in that blink, in his blinking and, in this momentary blindness, he sees that same almost like sigil of this crescent half shape and these lines protruding from it. And he realizes that that shape is the same shape that he saw spray painted on the ground, with the circle and the lines traveling away from it at the point where the first series of the mathematical equations have ended. And then this is where we get this thing right here. So basically he has this revelation that somehow this glint sigil shape and the shape of the way things are destroyed are related, right? When he has that realization, we smash cut to black and we hear like a droning sound. And there are what are in the script referred to as the spectrum, where there's like a field of light, which I picture almost kind of as like a J.J. Abrams lens flare sort of on black. And we kind of keep cutting back to this thing that he calls the spectrum every so often in the script. And every time we cut back to it, the sound design gets deeper, and it's, kind of, I picture it as almost Hans Zimmer, Inception-esque blahs. And the spectrum, the color fields of the spectrum change over the course of the movie. How am I doing? Am I leaving stuff out? What are your thoughts?
No, not that I think that people are gonna like fully get that, but you've pretty much covered it all. But it's a pretty dense and slightly impenetrable setup for a movie.
Yeah. So, the spectrum kind of comes back a couple times, over the course of the movie. But what's, from here, these glints start showing up, and Aker starts noticing them in mathematical equations and seeing them all around, of like these, it's like a half circle or a circle with these kind of radial, protrusions, these lines coming out of it. And so he becomes now obsessed with following these, because basically what happens is if you pick one of those radial arms and travel along its trajectory, you'll find another glint somewhere. And then you map that and you can find another one. And they're all like interconnected basically. And they all lead you down this weird wild goose chase that it's like you're saying impenetrable, kind of like, what the fuck is happening? What are these mathematical equations that are derived from light and destruction? Like, what is this?
Yeah. And some of it is like, obviously a screenplay is a blueprint for making a movie. It's not really meant to be read and enjoyed as a piece of media. A lot of people do read screenplays, but you're not really supposed to. Like, it's not like a thing where you're like, oh, I read this and it's like, this is the finished product. So a lot of these things I think would just be way better conveyed visually. Like, they were really never meant to be read. So some of the stuff is like kind of hard to wrap your mind around what he's actually saying. So you some of the stuff you kind of fill in the blanks of just kind of like coming up with your own explanation of it. And some of the stuff, honestly, you just kind of have to like be like, I don't know what that means. And then just kind of move on from it. So one of the things is I kind of had trouble kind of wrapping my mind around like what he was really meaning when he was saying that there were these glints that were appearing places. Like I understood the whole, like, the sunlight gets in your eyes and you close your eyes and you see it. But like, some of the stuff I kind of had to just shrug it off and be like, I don't really know what that means, but I'll just kind of like, that'll be my handicap and I'll move on from it.
Yeah, sure, Shane. Whatever you say, let's go. Yeah. So at this point, he becomes so obsessed with it that he quits his job, and he gets another job in the building that overlooks the intersection so he can observe it at all times, and discovers that there are these spikes and glints that correspond with certain information from the number of cars that pass per hour, and the number of pedestrians, and the number of leaves that fall on the street, and the number of birds and the power lines, and everything is connected in the same kind of like weird, bizarre, like interwoven path that doesn't quite make sense as to why it is all interconnected in the ways that it is. And he becomes haunted by this question of why. And so he tries to convey this, to his ex-girlfriend for help. And they quickly kind of settle back into this old rhythm of their fighting and arguing. And he actually befriends one of her friends, which is this character Amanda, and tells her about everything that he's been discovering. And they both kind of become obsessed about it together, and they start following these glints. And she too, like, really wants to know why this is all happening and what what they all mean and how they correspond with all these numbers and the kind of flow of life on the planet and how they're related. So this information is trying to tell them both to continue to do something. So they keep kind of following it to dead end after dead end after dead end. And they kind of keep searching in this just never-ending quest of bullshit, basically. And they discover that there are actually like dozens of other people. They go to this, they end up finding, they follow these glints down to this warehouse, and they find like that there's networks of other people who are also obsessed by the glints and what they mean. And so these people have basically never seen each other before, but they've been collecting objects and trash off the ground, and they don't know why Acre's doing anything. He doesn't know why he's doing it. They don't know. Like, everybody's basically just kind of like propelled by this blind faith that there will be an answer. And there's he's a man on a mission, basically. Him and Amanda are just like, they're just gonna basically follow it till the ends of the earth. Like, there isn't an option for them at this point. So they need to know. So Glenn is this guy who's kind of like leading this weird pseudo cult of these characters who are, or no, not Glenn, Carol. So there's this man, Carol, who's like leading this pseudo cult of these people that are collecting objects and following glints all around the world, right? And basically, 8 months of them following around, they're able to collect these things called poems. And the poems are used to construct a larger device called an apologue that nobody knows what the apologue does.
And that was another thing I had a hard time wrapping my mind around, was like what the poems were specifically. Because they were like sounds that they were like sounds that they would record that would line up with other recordings of sounds. So like the sound of a plane landing and its wheels touching down and kind of bumping before finally coming to a stop would like the sound of the tires hitting like or whatever would perfectly line up with a different recording of like thunder claps. And then they would like have pictures of the plane and the lightning, and they would have like printed pictures that they took with like a bag with a tape in the bag stapled to the picture, and the tape would have the recording of the sound. But I still kind of don't understand what they were specifically.
My read on that is it's kind of like those old like 1910s like image projectors where they had those kind of like weird daguerreotype films that they would put on projectors and then project on a wall. And like, it was like that, where they would like take the sounds and the image, overlay them, and then it would like reveal, I don't even really know how it reveals that it's a plan to build something, but it reveals that it's a plan to build something. And they would take that information, and like the apologue description is pretty apparent in the movie. It's like a plate with like legs and a lens and like a structure on top of the lens or below the lens, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's basically a fucking, what are those fucking things called?
Yeah, it's like a telescope camera.
Yeah, it's like a telescope camera. So basically they're going around collecting these poems, and the poems give them the information that they need to build the camera thing. And Acre basically is just like, the frustration's too much for him, and he walks away. He basically is just like, I'm fucking done with this. He's just like, bruh, I'm done.
The reason why he leaves the first time is because they're just assembling all these things and they're putting together the blueprints for the apologue, and they're all like meeting and they're having a conversation, and they're talking about how like they're basically like referring to whatever is sending these instructions as like an entity. Like they're referring to it as they, like they're telling us this. And he kind of has like a breaking point where he's like, who's they? Like, what are we're saying they, but who the fuck is they? Who's doing this? Are they people? Like, what the fuck? And then like, he basically just like cracks, and he's like, there's not like a really like a specific thing that happens. He just like cracks because he's like, they're talking about, I think he basically realizes that they're in like a cult that's like worshiping a god, and he's just like, fuck this. And he leaves.
And then from here, we cut to 10 years later, and Acre is now a successful politician, and he's left the apologue and behind, and all those people and all that stuff behind. And and Amanda and he have a child, and their marriage is kind of falling apart. And he gets an unexpected visit from Carol, and basically Carol's like, we built the apolog, come back, and we're gonna fucking do this. We're gonna see what it's like. They build this thing that they think is gonna be the answer. They're like, we've got the apolog finally after all of these years. We're gonna do this. We've got all the pieces of puzzle. We just have to take the apolog to this specific geographic location, point it at the stars, and we're gonna get our answer. And they pointed at the stars. The light goes into the starlight goes into the thing. It burns a design on the plate at the bottom, and then they realize it's instructions to build another device.
Another thing you kind of skipped, which is another thing that I just kind of didn't fully understand, is because the thing you kind of left out is the way that it burns a design is there's like these liquids that are like, at some point there's like a factory or something like that, and they're putting these liquids into thermoses, and they're like different colored liquids, and Aker and Amanda steal some of them because they just kind of want to see what they do. And they take them home, and they basically figure out that they're these chemicals, not unlike the chemicals that are used to photograph images, that whenever like passing light through them, they like burn images onto things. So they take them home and they like flash some light through the chemicals, and they burn the image of like a novelty, like birthday tiara that Amanda is wearing because it's her birthday. Or no, it's New Year's. It's New Year's, and she's wearing like a Happy New Year like tiara. And they hold it up to this like plate, and they pass light through these liquids, and it burns the image of the tiara onto the plate. And they're like, oh, it's like they like burn images onto objects or whatever. But I didn't quite wrap my mind around where they got the liquids, or where, like, what, that was like a weird little blind spot where I feel like I missed something of like where the liquid came from or where they were getting it from.
I just assumed, when I read it, that it was one of those kind of like a Granger from Primer situation where it's just like there's a member of the cult that works at some weird secretive, governmental facility, and this is like a scientific thing that exists that like the general public doesn't have access to. But when you combine that with this glint-based, poem-based apolog technology, like, it works in that way, but I don't think it's explained in the actual script.
Yeah, I didn't think it was either, but I was also like, did I miss something? Because I totally just didn't understand where the liquids came from or how they came into play.
Yeah, I don't think it really has an explanation. And so then they build it. He sees that it's plans for another device, and he's just like, fuck this, I'm out, and leaves again. And then when he gets home to Amanda, she has a surprise waiting for him, in that they kind of, she's made a kind of like a realization where throughout the whole journey, whenever they've been finding glints or poems or any of these objects, throughout the whole thing, she's been taking Polaroid pictures of every glint that they've encountered. And there's just like boxes and boxes of these pictures. And she's discovered that there's a pattern relating to the golden ratio of mathematics.
There's light streaks in every one of the photos, which they referenced earlier, but they chalked them up of just like, oh, it's just like, a photo aberration. And she realizes that there's actually a pattern in the light streaks.
And so then they start combining those photos and like lining up the patterns. It's almost like a puzzle where you take the Polaroids and you turn it at a weird angle, and then you take another Polaroid and turn it at a different weird angle, and they like match up. And then they start basically like, they just start on like a table where they're like putting them together, finding pieces that connect. And then they have a whiteboard and they're putting them on the whiteboard, and then they put it on the wall in their living room, and they fill up the whole wall basically. And
also they convey passage of time in a really interesting way in the first act, because as we talked about in depth in the primer discussion, the way that Shane Carruth likes to his mode of storytelling is compressed time, showing snippets of information out of context, kind of just like skipping through things and showing little bits and pieces and moving forward, and you kind of piece everything together yourself. And as he said in his note in the beginning of the script, that the first act, the pacing of it is more like a previously on, this show sequence, like in a TV show where it's like previously on Bacon and Legs, Miami Nights. And then it shows like a quick supercut of everything that happened. He says he describes this as having that pacing. And then it kind of reads like that, where it's like it just skips through and they don't explain anything. There's no chyrons, or there's no superimposed text or anything like that. So the way that they convey time is that Acre and Amanda have a baby, and they just show you the baby. Like the baby has no significance in the story other than you just see the baby aging and you're like, oh, this is 2 years later. And it's like the baby is the passage of time. Because it goes from because if there was no baby, you could literally think this happened within like a week, because there's no explanation of anything. So you're like, shit, they just like fucking put this all together in a week or whatever. But there'll be one scene where it's a newborn, and then in the next scene, the baby's 3. And you're like, oh shit, 3 years have gone by. And they've only figured out this little advancement in their the clues.
And then this, now we're reaching basically the climax of this first act, the Acre, Stowe, Glint, Apolog plot. And Andrew, do you want to try and summarize what that last scene is, where they're in the living room and they turn to the wall? Yeah,
it's amazing. So and a missing piece of context is throughout these years, it's been like a decade. Amanda and Acre have had 2 children. So they have their first child, which basically this child was born while they were out on the road traveling the world with this cult. And then they got out, and then they had a second child. But their relationship is on the rocks. Like, they're basically like, it's implied that Acre is like living in a hotel, and their relationship is like completely crumbled. He doesn't have a great relationship with his son, the first son. And she figures out this pattern, and it almost kind of like reinvigorates their relationship. Like, they're suddenly getting along. They're like getting closer. They're becoming more romantic with each other, just based on this. It's almost like this dead end in their obsession. Like that was the thing holding their relationship together, was their shared obsession. So once they hit this dead end, their relationship just kind of crumbled, and then this reinvigorates it. They're back to being in love again. And they're putting together all these photos, and they're putting it up on the wall, and they're telling each other old stories and laughing. And it's a montage of them doing this and having fun. And it kind of tricks you into thinking like, oh, they're figuring it out. Like, this is the climactic moment where we see the answer, and they finish it, and it's all up on the wall. And this mosaic of all of these Polaroids put together, it just shows them in the exact moment that is happening. Like, they look up at the wall, and the mosaic is them standing in that room, looking at the wall at the mosaic. And they're like, fuck. Like, that's the dramatic, the real actual dialogue is Acre goes, it's a dead end. But the implied dialogue is fuck. and then it just ends. That's the fucking end of the story.
The first time I read that, when he goes, it's a dead end, I had to put it down. I just had to get up and walk away. I was just like, fuck. He does such a good job of like stringing you along, and like, not even that you necessarily expect there to be an answer, but just like, you're so invested because you've had to work so hard to read it. You've had to you've had to decode and deconstruct all of the weird, the poems and the apologue and this cult, and like, you've seen these people go through this crazy arc of their relationship. And then the fact that it's just them looking at themselves is like, oh, it hurts so good. It hurts so good.
It conveys that dead end, and like, you've wasted the last 15 years of your life. But it also implies, because of the fact the light streaks in the photographs, because like, there's the clues that they're directly finding. They found this pattern, and they're piecing it together, and there's these poems. And it builds the apologue, and then the apologue creates another set of instructions. And these seem like direct clues fed to them by some outer force. These are engineered to guide them to unravel some kind of mystery. But the light streaks in the Polaroids, they're like off map. They're like, that's not the clues. That's not something being orchestrated. These aren't the things that they're finding. This is like some other thing. This is not the canon clues being fed to them. This is like human intervention. This is something that she did when she took these photographs. These little light streaks were appearing. And then when they put the photos up and it shows them standing in their room, it immediately just redefines everything of like, oh, this whole thing is just deterministic. It's not like clues that they're piecing together to solve a mystery. Like it's all of these things are just some predetermined set of events that is building to something, and none of them are in control. They're not solving a puzzle. They're not doing this themselves. They are a part of a mechanism that is building to something that is beyond their human free will,
which I fucking love. It's so dark and so bleak and just so depressing, especially because it's all played out against the backdrop of this relationship between these people. You know, it's just, it's so dark. And so from there, we match cut with that composition to two boys, Albert, who's 11, and Carter, who's 12. And they're both just like standing in the forest, in this like stick forest, waiting for these other kids to come. And it's this like exact composition match. And that's how we transition from the Act 1 stuff with Acre Stowe to, in air quotes, the story of a topiary that you had always heard of, like these strange animal creatures and this like Lord of the Flies kids.
Da, we them topiary boys. Da, we them topiary boys.
But I also love the significance of that match cut, which I want to talk about later, of like how these various characters that are in the second story relate or don't relate to the characters in the first story. And the fact that it's this match cut of Albert and Carter over Amanda and Acre is not by accident.
Yeah, and just to make it clear to the audience, this is a different story. That was like the first 60 pages of the script. That story's over. It's a hard stop. That's not like a thing like, you know, like Babel or something like that, where there's like interweaving storylines and that'll come into play later on. That story is done. It's over. The rest of this movie is about these kids.
Which I don't know which one I like more. I like them both equally for different reasons. But there is something about like the roving armies of boys who are friends that I just love.
It's funny because in all of basically Aaron is in every Shane Carruth movie. Like Acre Stowe is he's just Aaron in a new movie. And that's not even just like, oh, Shane Carruth plays the character and he's just like kind of like a one-dimensional actor and he kind of just plays the same guy. Because this is not a movie. This was never produced. This is a script. But Acre Stowe is Aaron. It's just the same character. He writes the same character in every movie and then plays him.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know if he was lobbying to play Aaron or if he was going to have, or Acre Stowe, because that was my assumption. It's just like, who else would this be? Like, of course this is you. But I'm curious because, you know, he had that hard line in the sand that there would be no movie stars in it. But I'm curious if that started as an artistic principle to get somebody to give him the money to be able to star as Acre Stowe, or if it was always the benevolent, like, well, movie stars distract from the story, or, you know, I'm curious.
It could just be kind of externally facing kayfabe, but a lot of stuff I've seen is like the fact that he casts himself in the movies is not necessarily because he's creating these vanity projects where he wants to play the main character or whatever, but literally just a point of like, I'm going to be in the movie and play one of the main characters, and I'm going to do the special effects myself because it's cheaper and I can be more in control of the outcome. So it's not just like kind of what we talked about 4 years ago in the beginning of the episode. It's less of a like, I think I'm the best actor to play this character. Nobody else can do this better than me, but more of a like, I have a very specific idea of how this character is supposed to be. even if I'm not the most talented actor with the most range, I know that I can execute this character within the exact specifications of what I want it to be better than even the greatest actor of all time. Like fucking Laurence Olivier couldn't do this right in the exact way that I need it to be. So I have to play the main character because it's the only option for me. I have to play the main character.
Yeah, I'm curious. I think there is some truth to that, and then I think at a certain point you just become slave to your own dogma, like his own internalized rubrics for what his work should be become almost restrictive. What at one point was an exercise in creative freedom and a lack of restrictions then becomes a straitjacket.
Yeah, it's the Laz Rojas thing where it's like, really? Like, yeah, with like absolutely smashing, like, does it really have to be $20 million? And like, you can't take any jobs acting in commercials because that's the only thing you can like dedicate your creative like energy towards. Like, is that really true? Like, I understand and respect dedication, and I'm a fairly one-track minded person myself. I constantly get sort of chided about it of like, I can only just like think of one thing to do, and sometimes I end up like ignoring things outside of that because I'm just in my mind just works of like, I have to do that. I'm doing that. I'm not even paying attention to these things. So I get it, but like, there's a certain line where it's like, do you have to do that? Is that really true? Or can you slightly compromise and it'll work out to be the same / way better because you've compromised in a way that creates a situation where things are more doable or people are more willing to work with you or whatever.
Not even that, but also just like his goal was to be an actor. He only did the playing every roles thing to prove to producers that he was hireable to play parts. And then when a producer comes to play parts, to hire him to play parts, he's like, no, I have to play every part, which is like not what the thing originally was, but he's just been on that one track mind thing for so long. It's become the standard, right? Which is so sad. And also as a creative person, very relatable.
The snowblind times.
San Mateo, please wash over me. So now we're in Act 2 of A Topiary, which stars a group of children. I'm going to list them all quickly just to familiarize you with them. Euclid is 10. He's kind of the main kid. Carter's 12. Graham is 7. Samuel is 7. And then there's like another group of kids. That's Albert, who's 11, Marcus, who's 10, Javier, who's 11, and then Vaughn, who's 11, George, who's 11, Hector, who's 9. And from this point on, the Acre stuff just doesn't even come back at all. It's just 200 pages of these kids fucking around doing the stuff that we're about to list. So this story centers around strange pieces of technology. And the script itself is kind of hard to keep track of all of these kids because it's not like there's lots of description for them. It's not like there's wildly different vocal patterns. They're all kind of the same when you read it the first time. And then as you know the arc of where the kids go, it's a little bit easier to kind of parse who's who and what's what. And it's probably like you were saying with the glints and the poems and the building of the aperture, it probably would be a lot easier watching this and just being like, oh, that's the kid with the weird face, and this is the kid with the ears, and that's the kid with the strange nose, or whatever. But just reading it, it's kind of hard to sometimes keep track of all of the kids.
Yeah, for sure. Which becomes kind of important to eventually keep track of them because they sort of like split off into different camps and there's like betrayals and cliques that form. And at that point, you kind of need to be able to sort of map out who's who. And that becomes a little challenging because it's hard to do that.
Yeah. So, you follow basically these 7 to 12-year-olds who live in a slightly rundown community, somewhere probably in the South, maybe. And they run a little landscaping business where they kind of move, neighbors' lawns or mow neighbors' lawns and prune bushes and stuff. And in the winter, they shovel driveways. And they have like these little small tractors that they use to haul equipment around between construction sites. And, they all of this kind of happens presumably near their homes where they live. And they play around in these kind of like skeletons of houses that are being built. And there's even some kind of like deserted machinery and one structure that's basically just like this massive bottomless concrete pit. And they throw things into it, like little kids do, which will probably become important later.
As we get into this, as this story starts and we're seeing them do their landscaping thing, which is basically just, it's a bunch of younger than 15-year-olds that are like running their own enterprise, basically, where they just go around like landscaping people's houses and they're just like making bank off of it. But the visual language of what would become the movie is established that just reverberates out throughout the rest of the entire movie is this very detailed process-based depiction of all of these little rituals and routines that they have for how they do things. And just to christen this, like smash the champagne bottle against the ship before we describe the rest of this script, there's a thing that would happen a lot in a lot of like primarily kid adventure movies in like the late 70s and 80s, particularly in Steven Spielberg movies, where there's always a scene or two towards the beginning of the movie where you have these kids in the movie and they're sort of the protagonists. You're dropped into a scene where you depict them doing some kind of like specific ritual or routine. A kid runs home and they throw their backpack in their living room and they run out to the backyard and there's like a rope tied to something and they untie the rope and they hoist it up, and then like some kind of like little elevator lifts up and they get onto that, and then they crank some kind of wheel and that like lifts them up, and they're in a tree house and they kick open the door and they file in and they open some kind of chest and pull out something and they start throwing, like there's comics in it or something, and they start throwing the comics around. And basically the purpose of these scenes is always to like make the world feel lived in. It immediately populates this world with history. It's this way to visually convey like, oh, this is a thing that they do every day. Like they've been doing this for years and they have this specific ritual down pat. And it kind of like quickly creates this lived in feel without wasting time on like exposition or scenes of people talking. You kind of get a sense for their relationship and you're like, oh, like they're friends and they do this all the time, and this is like a daily routine for them. And those scenes are always really cool because of the information that they convey in such a short amount of time and with very little dialogue. And this movie, specifically Act 2, is like, oops, all routine. The whole movie is that. The entire thing is that scene from a Steven Spielberg movie.
It really is.
And I fucking love it. It is so amazing. But I just wanted to set that up because that we get into that with the landscaping thing. And in a Steven Spielberg movie, you would have that. You would have the kids and you would show that scene where they're like opening up their like little trailer and they're doling out. They're like, you take the Johnsons and you take the Harper's lawn and we'll meet back here in an hour and a half. And the little brother wants to become part of the team. They're like, oh, but then we have to split the money even more. And they're having these like little scenes where they're discussing the business aspects of the job, and they're handing out the equipment. Like, here's the leaf blower, here's this or whatever. That would be in the Steven Spielberg movie. And then it would go on and be like aliens or whatever it is. This movie sets this up in this, but then the whole rest of the movie is just like almost like one unending montage of the weird little rituals and routines and the weird little like micro political dynamics of their friend group for like 2 hours.
That takes place over potentially years? I don't know. I mean, it can't take place over that long because they don't age, but also like it definitely takes place over an extended period of time.
It's like a couple years. Like it might be like 3 or 4 years.
I love it so much because it really does feel like that. I mean, you described it perfectly with the Steven Spielberg rousing music, everybody running around doing stuff. It's the moment in a war movie where everyone's like, batten the hatches, you get the gun and go over there, but it's that like commotion, which is always really fun to like see the team working together and like, where's the stand? I need the stand for the thing because we can't. Like those scenes where everybody is like joyfully screaming at each other are some of my favorite scenes in movies usually. And it's obviously not always at that frequency, but that stuff just keeps kind of like that energy just rolls and ripples through the whole piece, which is so cool.
Yeah. And then just another overarching thought that I had, kind of reading the script as a whole. It's like you read this script and it just makes you want to just put your arm around Shane Carruth and go, sweetheart, no, they're not going to make this. Honey, no. And just like stroke his hair and just like put his head on your shoulder. Just like, no, sweetheart, no.
How much of that though do you think is like, how much of that is he doesn't know another way of making stories? Like he couldn't physically make Men in Black. You know what I mean? Like, so how much do you think is that? And then how much do you think of it is in context? Look what he did with $7,000. If he's asking for $15 million, this could be the biggest thing of all time. In his brain.
It's the scene in Brick when the quarterback is like, put me in the game, coach. You got to put me in the game. I can't lead this team to victory if I'm on the sidelines. Put me in the game, coach. Like he's just like, just give me the money and this will be the biggest fucking thing of all time.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that there's part of me agrees with you completely where it's just like, no one is going to make this movie. Like I would make this movie. But obviously the Hollywood system does not work off of me being like, what is the weirdest, most asinine bullshit we can do? Let's do that. And then there's another part of me that's like, I think there's so many things that we take for granted as being like, of course that was going to get made, that are just as big as of swings as this. Like Star Wars in 77 sounds just as fucking weird as this. And it's dumb. Like at least this has the highbrow excuse of like, this could be talked about for generations. More than likely, Star Wars is like Barney in space. Like some kids are going to watch it for like 6 months and then that'll be it. And it became what it became against all odds. I have no idea how the fuck that happened. But like that swing to me is not inequivalent to this.
But then again, he might have been more likely to be able to get this made back in the 70s.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. But then again, like he had fucking Steven Spielberg and was it Steven Spielberg or no, Steven
Soderbergh and David Fincher
both being like, yes, this, and still nobody would fuck with it, which is just.
It also like makes you wonder because you just said like I would pay to have this made and our boy regarding Henry in his video he says that disregarding Henry that makes more sense than his YouTube name was just that movie title as opposed to like a pun on it. He says like amongst my friends we have like our like lottery ticket movies of like this is the movie that I would pay for to be made if I won the lottery. And if I won the lottery I'd make my own movie, but that not everybody has aspirations to make movies. But it kind of makes you wonder. It's like, is there really no mega rich person who just loved Primer and like fucking went full, because George Harrison paid for Life of Brian to be made. Like, is there no rich person who was just like, sure, Shane Carruth, I'll give you $20 million to make this movie because I'm just such a huge fan of yours?
I think there definitely were. That's the issue. I think there definitely were, but they had notes. And he's repeatedly said in interviews that it's just like, no, I don't listen to those people. Like, I don't take notes. Like, this is the story. This is the thing I'm making. So either we're making this thing or we're not. And I don't take notes, which I like. I personally don't really agree with the way movies are made and the idea that somebody who contributes money should have a creative input. Like, let's just put it this way. Everybody who's ever published one of my comics, barring an editor, they've never, our book that's coming out with Dark Horse in June. It's not like Mike Richardson phoned me up and was just like, hey, that weird sex scene where they fuck in the car and Stanley makes Becca say the catchphrase of their YouTube videos while they're having sex? I feel like that's too far. We need to take that out. Like, the working relationship with Dark Horse was great. I didn't have any problems. But they also, that book was the book. Like, we made the book, and then Dark Horse was like, oh yeah, this is cool, we'll publish this. And that's what it was. Like, maybe it'll be different, you know, that I'm working on a different thing for them right now where we are building it together. So maybe the editor, Connor, who I really like, you know, he'll have more input this way because I respect him and want him to have input. And it's always cool to have, you know, another set of ears to bounce things off of. But that's also different because he's a storyteller and he's an editor. He's not like Mr. Moneybags holding the purse strings, you know?
Well, I mean, yeah, and you know, that project is called Connor's Massive Dick. So, you know, I'm just saying that you're doing this book called Connor's Massive Dick, and he has no input in it whatsoever. He's just letting you do your own thing. He's not influencing it in any way.
Right. Yeah, of course. Yeah. But like, you know, when Silver Sprocket put out Fuck Off Squad, we didn't change anything. Like, it's not like the publisher there was like, okay, you need to retool the ending because it doesn't fit my sensibilities. They were just like, oh yeah, this is cool. Yeah, I'll put it out. I'll publish it. And then we were fucking off to the races. Granted, it's a lot less money than giving somebody $15 million. But when you're dealing with fucking Shane Carruth, yeah, man, I don't know that I would be telling him stuff to change.
Well, you've certainly changed and evolved a lot since the old days, because whenever we pitched Bacon and Legs Moroccan Nights to the studio, and former massive television executive and future president of Purgatory 7, Barnold Stormpipe, said, how about we change it to Miami? You immediately flipped. Like I was like, maybe we could, I was thinking in my head, like we could at least have a conversation about this in private, but you just signed immediately. And then I was like, I guess.
I was like frothing at the mouth, like just like spewing saliva, going, anything you say, Barnold Stormpipe.
Yeah. So you've really come a long way.
Yeah. I've matured a lot, you know. So basically the main thrust is of this second act in Utopia is you follow Euclid, who's the main boy, and you know he's kind of the main character of Act 2, and he finds this like device basically, and he takes it home and he's messing around with it before he goes to bed, and it's basically like this kind of crude rectangular box with like a handle and then a button on the handle on the end of it, and after kind of playing around with it and poking around with it, he discovers that, you know, if you hit the button, it like makes a whirring sound and then ejects a tray at the bottom of the machine. And he pushes it back in and then goes to sleep. It doesn't really do anything. So during the night, the object kind of like the box, it like puts out on the tray opens again and it spits out this weird little object that's about like 3 inches thick, and it's like a circle, and it's called in the script it's called a funnel, and it basically is this kind of like building block almost. It's like sort of like a coral or like carbon donut almost that you can like make things out of, and Euclid discovers that this box produces these funnels, and that when they first come out, they're like flat. They're only like...
Yeah, because it came out while he was asleep. So when he woke up, he just sees this funnel thing, but then he makes another one and he sees it when it's fresh out of the oven. And he's like, it's not a funnel. It's a disc. It's like a flat disc.
And then it slowly like expands, almost like leavening bread or something. It like grows.
Yeah. So he discovers, the disc, like after like several minutes, becomes a funnel.
And then when you kind of stack them on top of each other, they stick together with like a little, almost kind of like there's like magnets or like a gravitational pull. Like there's a little space in between them, but if you put them on top of each other, they like click together almost.
And it kind of can't be overstated how gradually those discoveries are sort of made in the script, where there's like several scenes that take place over seemingly days, where they kind of start out where they're just like these funnels, and they're kind of like looking at them, and he gives them to his friends and they're kind of playing with them. And eventually, over like slow processes of kind of experimenting with stuff, he finally discovers that they stack together and link. But there's like several pages where they don't figure that out. And it's kind of, it kind of can't really be described without reading the script. But it's kind of ingenious how those discoveries are teased out, and the way that he constructs that narrative, and the really interesting and fun and almost kind of very realistic way that he depicts the process of discovery and figuring things out through trial and error in that way, especially through the lens of kids and the way that kids mess around with things and experiment with things and slowly kind of figure things out in a way that only a kid can.
And so they kind of slowly start figuring out that if you put multiple funnels together, you can make these big stacks. And if you kind of like slam them down on the ground like a slinky, they like shoot up in the air. And then they also build this device called a controller where they can kind of like.
Well, the controller is the maker. It's the box. It spits out a disc, but it never matures into a funnel, and it has a brown ring in the middle of it. And at first they think that they're duds. They're like, oh, this is like a dud one. But then they discover that it actually can control the other funnels.
Right. Yeah. And so there's this kind of interesting kind of like network of scientific processes, Lord of the Flies social dynamics, and like weird Spielbergian sweetness all rolled into one. So as the story starts developing, those are kind of like the 3 DNA strands that start weaving together. So as this continues for some time, the kids all start having their little kind of launching of the funnels and they start holding like competitions to see who can get it to go the farthest and who can get it to launch the highest and so on and so forth.
Yeah, they basically discover that when holding a controller, which are these little discs with a brown ring, you can if you move closer to these stacks, at first they think that the controllers when they get close to them, it causes them to launch. But then eventually they discover that it's not the proximity. It's actually like holding the controller. You almost kind of develop like a psychic link with the funnels, with the stacks. So essentially when holding a controller, they discover that they can will the stacks into launching upward like rockets, basically. Where they just basically say like go or launch or what, they create their own catchphrases, and the catchphrases kind of don't matter because it's more of a psychic link, but all the different kids, they'll say like go up or launch or whatever, and it makes these stacks launch up into the air. And then they start having the competitions where they start seeing who can launch them the highest.
And I really liked this stuff because there's a really nice sense of innocence is the wrong word, but it's such a pure childlike emotion that he captures in the sequence where they're like, up, go! Like it feels like I can hear his like weird digital music with like maybe some violins in it as the violins start rising. And then, there's a shot where you're like in the dirt with them, and then you whip pans up and, the funnel's like shooting through the air, and then whip pan around and it's Euclid's face with a shit-eating grin on it. Like I can totally just see the movie in my head, Yeah.
And I'll also say that it's interesting because from my perspective, which is something that, you might not necessarily have a perception of, and it's odd because I don't think Shane Carruth has kids. The way that they depict that and the way that they kind of what I was referring to before with the Spielbergian like processes and stuff and the way that they depict them, it's reading that script. Honestly, it feels really realistic to the actual way that kids, when they get together, especially the way they start experimenting with things and playing around with stuff and like taking things apart. And it's kind of uncanny how well he captures that in the kids and the way that they do that. And it reminds me a lot of just watching my own kids. Like once they wake up in the morning, when they kind of get free. When JJ the Fourth was when he was our only kid, he was a lot more insular, and he would kind of hang out with us, or he would want to read books, or he would sit there and look at books himself or whatever, or play with toys in that way, kind of like sitting there holding 2 toys and moving them around or whatever. But once Phoenix WK was born and got a little older, you kind of set them loose, and they'll go into some corner and they'll get something and they'll just sit around it and they'll start like taking it apart. And it's like, it's almost, they make a beeline for it. It's like you let them go, or they wake up in the morning and they're just like, let's go over there and like, let's get this thing. And like, oh, what's this thing? How does it work? Oh, you take that part and you unscrew it, and I'll mess with this and I'll dig a hole and you can put it in there and we'll pour some water in it. And it's like, it's very realistic to that. And I found that interesting because he doesn't have kids. So it's weird that he was able to like capture that so well.
Yeah, do you know if, because when I first watched Primer as a kid, or as a, a teenager or whatever, I just assumed that the house they shot in was his house, and that the woman who played his wife was his wife in real life, and that little girl was his child. But I don't think that's the case, because in the commentary track, it's his parents' house, and he never references the little girl. So I don't know how they got her or what her relationship is to anybody there. But yeah, when I had just assumed that those were his actual family members.
Yeah. I mean, and you kind of just his demeanor and the way that he comes off, he seems like he's just like a normal, like, 30s blue collar dude. So you just kind of assume, because he's not like a person who like spent his whole life wanting to make movies or whatever. He's like a guy who like well into his professional career decided to make a hard left turn. So you kind of just assume that he's like has a family. That was always my thought of it, is like some blue collar white collar. That's what I meant. Some white collar family guy living in Texas just decided he wanted to make movies. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. So around this point in the script, we start to get a clear picture that like Carter and Euclid are like the two rival leaders, basically, of like these two sects in the boys, where Euclid is like the kid that we mostly follow, and Carter is kind of not the bad kid. He's just like the leader of the other clique, I guess. Is that how you would describe him?
In my mind, Euclid is like seen as like he's like the smart kid that everyone's like, oh, he's almost like the Q, where it's like go to him for like all the fucking gadgets and technological advancements and like how everything works. And then Carter is kind of like not necessarily the leader, but he's like a little old, he's older, and everyone kind of like looks up to him or like kind of fears him a little bit. But then Carter weirdly kind of like he looks up to Euclid, where he kind of wants his approval, and he almost ends up becoming like his right hand man, where he's like the muscle.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking of the other kid.
And then the rival leader type kid is I think is it Marcus? What are the names of the kids?
Albert, Graham, Carter, Samuel are in one group with Euclid, and then Albert, Marcus, Javier, Vaughn, George, and Hector. I feel like Albert is the other main kid. It's either Albert or Marcus. I don't remember.
Yeah, no, it's Marcus is the one who's like looked at as, he's like the younger kid, and he's looked at as kind of dumb, and then he ends up kind of making a discovery later on that kind of like gains him more respect. So he's kind of almost like the village idiot or whatever of the group. It's either Albert or Vaughn. I kind of forget.
I think it's Albert. Albert is the rival gang kid. So they decide that they're gonna try and like break one of them, right? And they use like a tractor. And they're in this construction yard, and they have this old chain to a tractor that actually holds up under the like pressure of everything. And they finally succeed in breaking a funnel, and it produces like this crazy deafening sound that literally causes all the kids to go deaf for a short period of time. And then they decide that they're going to hide it from their parents. So they have like some humorous sequences of them all pretending to be deaf, or pretending to be able to hear while they're secretly deaf.
They're all fully deaf for like several days, and they're like pretending like they're not deaf. So they're just like going home. And it's funny because like from their perspective, like they had no idea that eventually they would regain. Like if you go deaf, like you would never think like, I mean, I guess they're kids. So maybe, they're not using the same logic as I am as a 33-year-old man. But from their perspective, they are deaf forever. So like how long were they going to be able to keep up that act of like pretending like they could hear? Or they would just like look at their parents and try to infer what they were saying just from like body language.
Well, the other thing too is that the parents and the adults in the story, they're kind of non-existent.
Yeah, they're like the Peanuts adults.
Yeah. Womp, 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 womp. Time travel, Shane Carruth, dense storytelling, it's told in close-ups, womp, 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 womp.
Yeah, these kids just like, they have their own business. They like hang out in the woods in like abandoned buildings or half-built buildings all day. They kind of like exist in their own like little just gang that just roves around the town all day, and they basically just sleep at home at night. Like that's all they do at home. They just go there to sleep.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because the the fallout from breaking a funnel isn't just them being deaf. It's like extreme fucking heat, and it explodes and makes this kind of like semicircle device, which will play in the story later.
It becomes this concentrated area where anything in that, like, that enters into this little area, just like, it's like superheated, like it boils water, it evaporates any liquid that gets near it.
They also start around this time realizing that the funnels slowly break down over time, and they have to, like, they figure out that they can pull out dead funnels from the stacks and replace them with new funnels.
Yeah, like changing a fuse or whatever, or like changing a little bulb on a Christmas tree strand, tree light strand, and those funnels like die, and they turn brown, and they just start throwing them away, like they're just like tossing them in the woods, basically.
Yeah, and then Marcus figures out that you can take these dead funnels and combine them together and make a new device called a pedal.
Well, he finds out that he can basically, once they die, then they can be broken apart. Like the new ones, they're like almost indestructible, and when they do break it, it like makes everyone go deaf. But once they die, you can like break it apart in your hand, and it's got little things inside of it, and they're like embedded inside of it are these little things that they put together to become the pedal.
Yeah. And so they start figuring out that they can take these pedals and the funnels, and they can combine them, and the pedals, wait, are the pedals the one that they make the hands, or are the pedals the connectors that they can make legs with?
Yeah, the pedals are basically just ways of connecting the funnels to create anthropomorphic structures. So the funnels are put together in stacks, and a stack, and just to kind of clarify this to the listener, just this funnels and pedals, these are like made up terms that are used in the screenplay to basically just like create a shorthand for what they're referring to. So they have no, like, as he describes in the beginning of the script, there's no real world analog for these objects. So he names them these made up terms just so you know what is being referred to. But, you know, the funnels, as we said, is kind of like this just kind of funnel-shaped white circular object. The pedals are basically these just little, almost like bone-shaped things that you can stick together, and they stick together like magnets or like Legos or whatever, and they create something called flowers. They're just described as, that's the name for them. And the flowers are basically like things that can connect stacks of funnels together. So a stack of funnels can be a leg, it can be an arm, and then the flowers connect to the, you know, a stack of funnels that's a leg, and it basically creates like a knee joint. They create like joints and areas of articulation. And so they take a stack, they put a flower on it, they connect that to like a box. So the box is serving as the body. Like, so you take like a wooden box, and that's like a dog's torso. You attach a flower to it, you attach a stack to that, and that'll be a leg. And then you attach another flower, and you attach another stack, and that's like the knee. And then that's the point where the leg can swivel or move. And you put 4 of those on a box, and it has 4 legs, and then it can walk around like a dog, basically.
And then you can use the controller to like make them, and those creatures are called choruses. And they're, at this point in the story, they're like dog-sized or like maybe cow-sized creatures. And you can use the controller to do stuff with it. Like you can tell it to go places or lift objects or whatever.
Yeah, and at first it's like literally controlling a robot, like a RC car. Like it's literally just like, I'm controlling this thing to do whatever. But over time, the creatures like gain autonomy, where the connection is no longer, I'm literally controlling you like an RC car, and it's more of like, I'm giving commands to an animal, and the animal is doing these things autonomously.
Yeah. And then, you know, at this point, the groups kind of start to fracture. And so you've got Euclid and Carter and his group, they're building stuff. And then you've got Albert and the other kids, and they're kind of like, they're not necessarily in an arms race, but like low key, they're in an arms race with each other, kind of building these devices and these creatures. And there's kind of, each boy kind of gets his own little moment to shine and his own kind of like breakthrough. Like Javier is the kid who figures out that you can use the flowers to attach the limbs to things to be creatures and like.
Yeah, well, Marcus discovers the petals in the first place. He discovers the fact that the dead funnels can be broken open and there's petals inside of them. Euclid discovers that the petals can be assembled into a flower. And then Javier figures out that you can use the flowers to create joints and areas of articulation.
Right. Yeah. So, everybody's kind of getting their little moment or whatever. And neither group is really able to make any real progress, because they make these little creatures and they're kind of having these little tete-a-tetes. And then things go bad in that the maker stops making funnels. And so the kids start kind of like bartering with each other to replace the funnels in the limbs of the various creatures. Yeah,
the funnels become like a scarce item where they're literally paying each other money to buy them off of each other because there's no more. They're like the funnels that have been created is like that's the only funnels that will be that exist.
And then is it Albert who figures out how to, because one of the kids basically takes the maker.
Albert. So they start just pouring. They basically come up with this idea where they're like, maybe it needs fuel or something. And so they start just pouring stuff into it because the box, it's this maker. It's like a box. It's like a man-made box, and it has the button and then that tray, and it has vents on it. So they start just pouring stuff into the vents to see if it'll like refuel it or something. And eventually Albert discovers that sawdust refuels the maker. Like just pouring sawdust into it makes it work again. Yeah, but you don't know. Yeah, you're right. You don't know that at first. He figures out what refuels it, but he doesn't tell anybody. And he's like, I figured out how to refuel it, and you're going to have to give it to me. I will refuel it, make as many funnels as I can make in a week. I'll refuel it again and then give it back to you. So they're creating this weird political system where there's a person that has the ability to refuel it, and they have it as a secret. There's a person Euclid is almost like the R&D guy where he like figures, he's like the smart one who's like unlocking the mysteries of it. And he's like the innovator who like figures out how to do everything with it. And there's another kid, I think it might be Javier, who like he creates a system where he can make the funnels the fastest because he like literally he'll go to bed at night and he sets like an alarm on he sets his alarm to go off every 20 minutes or something. Or like, no, he sets up a thing where he puts the maker down and he aims it so that the ejection tray, the tray that ejects to spit the funnel out, it like when it ejects, it'll hit a button on his alarm clock that causes the alarm to go off. So every time a new funnel is made, it wakes him up. He takes it out and then starts it again. And he does that throughout the entire night. So he's like making funnels all night. So he has like the biggest stockpile of funnels. So they all have these like roles and these weird political positions in this like weird economy that they're creating of generating these funnels to produce these weird animal things.
And then at this point, the choruses, they start like you were saying, they stop being like just remote control cars and they start being animals, and they start kind of taking on a mind of their own. And one of the choruses starts what is referred to as farming, where it like goes away from the kids and it'll start like pounding the ground with its pseudo hooves or whatever. And in the implantations or the indentations that it makes in the ground, stuff starts growing out of that. Like these little coral shapes, I guess, start growing out of the ground. And in the script, this is called farming. And it looks like, these white little coral footprints or whatever. Initially the boys are like, they're trying to stop it from doing this, but they just can't. So they just let it do it. And then almost immediately after this happens and it finishes, it starts kind of, basically the choruses kind of start reproducing now by making these shapes in the ground. And out of that shape grows this thing called a frond, which produces these small organic versions of the maker, right? And it's like
the maker is described as a car muffler sized box, and the frond, which grows out of these coral structures that are created by the chorus's farming, they're referred to as a car muffler sized, which I think that language is used specifically to make you be like, oh, there's some kind of connection here. But it's described as a car muffler sized, sort of circular white, kind of like bean shaped object. And it does what the maker does. It creates objects, but it doesn't create funnels. It creates these circular things, these circular objects, like the maker ejects these discs that turn into funnels. But this new thing, it creates these circular objects that have like fingers on it. It has like 8 fingers, and they basically slowly discover that they can become like hands for the choruses. So instead of having these like dogs basically that just have like horses or whatever that are just like boxes with like 4 legs that have like hoofs, like blunt instruments, they can put these circular objects onto the ends of the stacks, and they create like human-like hands that can actually, their fingers can move, and they can pick up objects, and they have the full articulation of a human hand, except for there's 8 fingers on it.
Which doesn't work correctly because when you try and interact psychically with a chorus that has these hands that have 8 fingers, it doesn't work right because you only have 5 hands or 5 fingers. So one of the kids, George, volunteers, they get this idea that like maybe we need to cut off 3 of these fingers and then the choruses will be able to actually use their hands correctly. So George volunteers to do this, and he cuts off 3 of the fingers and goes permanently deaf. But it works, and now the chorus has hands that it can be dexterous with, and in an interesting permutation.
Oh, well, before you say that then becomes the niche that George carves out in this economy, where he becomes the finger cutter guy. Like he's willing to basically martyr himself or become he's basically willing to kind of like self-flagellate, where he will accept being deaf in exchange for having this useful role in this economy of he's the guy that cuts off the fingers on the hands. He goes off in a room alone and he does it, and it makes him deaf, but nobody else is affected, nobody else is hurt, and they get the 5. So he's basically like the supplier of the 5 finger hands. He's the 5 finger hand guy in this little community that they have. And he's like prideful of it. He like takes pride in it.
Yeah. But then fairly quickly the fingers start falling off themselves.
Yeah, they adapt. Like these objects that are growing, they're like learning and adapting to what the kids are doing with them. So eventually, when the hands are being produced in the frond, they just come out with 5 fingers instead of 8.
Poor George. He's like, this is my moment, man. This is my moment in the sun. I've got this. Oh, fuck.
I just want to take a quick moment. I want to stop here and take a quick moment to, as we get into this and as we're sort of delving into this thing where there's all these objects and they're making these things and they're describing these objects. I want to take a moment really quick to compare 2 things. I'm going to read a couple selections of a few pieces of description from this script. The garden of coral shoots has grown larger. Some shoots are several feet long, and whether they come from the ground or the tree bark, they all converge at a spot a few feet in the air and just off the tree. The 2 choruses are pecking and scraping at this convergence, and their limbs and torso to shave away the thick detritus that covers it. The object is the size of a muffler. It is wedged inside the translucent matrix of converging coral shoots. The kids begin to slide the object out. The object is a frond. It resembles the hexagonal cone shape hollowed out in the amber plates from the adult story. Fingers trace a groove in the side of the maker. A flat new disc is slid into the groove. A hammer taps the disc until it is halfway in. From above, we see the frond sitting next to the maker. With the lid open, we can see what lies inside the maker. So now we have a circle frond and an 8-slit frond. Albert then sees another starburst in Euclid's hand. This one, however, has grown to an inch thick. Carter finds another starburst waiting in the frond. He attempts to pry it out. At a table, Albert drops his starburst into a flower where it fits perfectly and slides down. Euclid drops his in next, right on top of the first one. When Carter adds his, the 3 starbursts acts as one and loudly snap apart where the 8 points meet. This leaves 8 separate fingers that slowly wake up. Euclid sits, waiting. The circle frond sits in the governor about 10 feet in front of him. The plywood chorus enters the frame and walks up to the frond where it deposits several funnels. Samuel throws an armful of snow and dirt into the flume where it gets shot out in all directions, creating a cloudy mist around the cylinder. So I just read a few selections from the script. Now I want to play something in comparison.
First, they take the dinglebop and they smooth it out with a bunch of schleem. The schleem is then repurposed for later batches. They take the dinglebop and they push it through the grumbo, where the fleeb is rubbed against it. It's important that the fleeb is rubbed because the fleeb has all of the fleeb juice. Then a shlami shows up and he rubs it and spits on it. They cut the fleeb. There's several hizzards in the way. The blamps rub against the chumbles, and the plubis and grumbo are shaved away. That leaves you with a regular old plumbus.
I always wondered how plumbuses got made.
That is this whole script. The whole script is just that.
It's that, but it's worse because it's pretentious. So now things change again because the boys discover another frond. The political dynamics shift again because this time the choruses seem to be aware of this and they start collecting and hiding funnels because of the whole starburst situation that has happened. Discussing this sounds like I sound like a fucking crazy person. So the starbursts is...
No, it's the fucking Rick and Morty thing that I just played. It's that. That's what it sounds like. From this point on, it's like you can kind of hit the bullet points of like they farm more fronds. The fronds create more different shapes. They basically discover that they can create, there's another frond that creates plates that become like the body. So far they've been making animals where they're basically just like slapping legs on boxes. They're taking inanimate objects and putting legs and arms on them. So it's like, I'm a robot man. My arms and legs are made out of this weird unidentified alien technology or whatever it is. And my torso is a bag of rice or whatever. But then they discover like the third and final frond, which is a thing that makes body pieces. So they create like a full torso that the legs and arms attach to. And then it's like it's a straight up like robot.
So then, kind of compressing the rest of this movie and just hitting the big beats. Basically, they make all these animals. They start kind of like almost like living on their own completely just with these animals, just like out in the fucking wilderness and shit. And like time passes, the groups, they kind of splinter off permanently. And then they discover a group of adults, and
a couple of beats that I think we should hit on are, so that's the first phase of them making the fronds. The fronds start to get more unruly and they start not listening as much. There's 2 of them, and one of them just like fucking escapes and it's just like out in the world. And earlier in the film, there are these girls that are like, they're barely in the movie. They're in a couple scenes, but there are these girls that sometimes come around. And one of them clearly has a crush on Euclid, but he's just like, he's like asexual, like he doesn't care. He seems only interested in these funnel things. And one of the other characters gives her a funnel and she puts it on like a necklace. So cut to later on when they've built these choruses, one of them just goes rogue and escapes. And he starts collecting funnels and like they have like a psychic link where the choruses can detect where funnels are and they can detect where fronds are. They know where they all are and they can go to those locations. So he starts collecting funnels. He goes to this girl's house and he breaks into the chorus, the whatever they are, these weird robot things. He goes into the house, he gets the funnel, and in the process of getting it, he kills the girl. So they're like, fuck. So they dismantle the choruses and they dump them into the bottomless pit, where they which is like their catch-all like dump site for mistakes and things that they don't want anymore. for a while, they're like, no more choruses, no more fucking funnels. We're done. We're just normal kids. Let's landscape some shit and call it a day. But then some of the other kids, they secretly start building choruses again. So Albert, in a secret operation, builds a chorus, and Carter finds out about it, and he goes to Euclid and he's like, fuck, dude, like they're making choruses. Like we can't be the only ones not making choruses. Like mutually assured destruction. Like we got to have our own chorus to make sure that their chorus doesn't run amok and start fucking terrorizing everything. So then everybody gets back into the chorus building game, and they build bigger, better, stronger choruses, but they also kind of figure out how to control them more. So there's less of an issue of them going rogue and running away, but they're still kind of pushing back and not listening here and there, but they've kind of got a handle on it. And then once they find those body plate things that make them like a complete robot thing, like robotic arms, legs, torso, everything, they start producing these cylinders out of their bodies, and they start building them into these big structures called flumes, which are just giant tunnels that are like, they're like 10 feet tall and like 20 feet long. They're these giant structures, and they start building them into like almost like honeycomb structures where there's all these interconnecting tunnels, and the choruses are just like building these. They have an obsession with it. And the tunnels won't allow any objects to be inside of them for too long. If you clog an entrance of a tunnel with mud or dirt, it like blows it out. And if you clog it enough, the blowout almost becomes like cannon fire. Like it'll take anything that's clogged in it and it'll shoot it out in like a very violent air blast. So you can almost like weaponize that and use and like shoot it like a weapon. And also it shows that like animals that go inside of it, it like freezes them with like cold like temperatures that come out of nowhere and kills them. So it like it's hostile to any kind of life form. If an animal or anything goes inside of it, it basically kills it with cold temperature. So they start building these structures, and the kids kind of think of them as like cool like forts. They're digging holes in the ground and building flumes into them and creating a network of tunnels in the woods to basically be like a playground. Like they're like forts and like tunnels that they can explore and stuff like that. And that's what leads to them discovering these adults that are looking for them, basically.
And the adults, they have like pens filled with like their version of choruses. They have like corrals basically that they've made that have like, how do they describe them again?
They're gorillas. They're like
gorilla shaped as opposed to like horse shaped.
Yeah, all of the choruses that the kids have built are all horses and dogs. And the choruses that the adults built, these adults just appear out of nowhere, and they're like they're set up camp like miles away in a different area of the woods, and they have these pens full of these gorilla choruses, and they send the gorilla choruses after the kids. They basically get attacked by these gorillas that are trying to steal the fronds that they have, and they basically have like an epic battle, chorus against chorus, where their choruses are fighting these gorilla choruses, and it's a game of capture the flag, where they're running around with the fronds, and the gorillas are trying to get the fronds, and they get it for a second, but then the chorus takes it back, and they're fighting, and the fronds are changing hands between the two opposing sides in this giant battlefield in the middle of the woods.
Yeah, it feels like I don't even know how to describe it. It's like it's the coolest, weirdest shit I've ever read. Like the whole time I was reading it, I was just like, this is insane, and I've never seen anything like that. And for me to say that it doesn't feel like anything else is the highest compliment I can think of. Like, it's so cool.
And kind of an understatement. Like, you really cannot get a sense of what this is without reading it.
Yeah. And ultimately, in the midst of this overwhelming melee, Carter is killed, sending Euclid into like this state of shock. So the other boys carry him. Before you get
one detail that was left out that we have to say before you get to this part. At some point along this way, Euclid discovers that basically when you take a dead funnel and you break it apart to get the petals out of it, the leftover stuff, like it's referred to as detritus in the script, but just like when you crumble it apart, like the leftover debris from the funnel, yeah, it's like a powerful hallucinogenic drug that like psychically connects you with the choruses. So when the chorus goes rogue and goes and kills a little girl, the way that they find it is that Euclid eats the stuff. He eats some of it, and he basically goes on like a psychic alien trip. And once again, I feel insane describing this. He bites he bites his finger until he bleeds, and he grabs a nearby paper cup and he draws an image on the paper cup with his blood, and the image that he draws shows the location of the chorus, and they're able to follow it like a map and find the chorus, which leads into what you're saying.
So, during this big climactic fight, Carter gets killed. And I guess one of the other things we talked about is that they're rigging explosions. They're rigging the flumes with they're putting shit in the flumes with the point of it like firing, and it's like using it like cannons and shit.
The humans attack them once with the gorilla choruses, and they fend them off. And then they find their encampment and they spy on them. And they basically hatch a plan that's like an epic Home Alone booby trap battle where they rig their whole area with all these traps of like filling flumes with stuff and rigging things. And they create this whole plan for how they're going to lure the humans in there and then like fucking lay siege on them and like decimate them. And that battle happens where they're running through tunnels and fucking like straight up killing people. Like these kids are just murdering people. They kill like tons of these adults, and they're running through tunnels and like setting off traps, and the choruses are just like fucking crushing people. And the humans, they have like a failsafe built into their choruses where the kids have built fully realized choruses that are like all made out of this material. They have the legs and the arms and the bodies. The humans have choruses where it's just the arms and the legs are the funnels, but the body is made out of metal. And the reason for that is because they have built them specifically to be able to control them. And there's like a metal body, and inside of it is a like a cylinder that's full of controllers. And then they have a separate controller that's like they have like a literal, not a controller like we've been describing, but a literal controller, like a remote control device that can control the controllers from afar. So they can literally like control these things like RC cars with like a little handheld controller thing that's connected to controllers inside of the gorilla things. But there's also a fail-safe button where if the chorus is going rogue or has been compromised in some way, they can press a button and it detonates a bunch of mini explosions that breaks the chorus apart and renders it immobile. So they're like running around, they're self-destructing their choruses. The kids are fucking riding on top of their choruses like fucking horses, and they're like crushing gut people, and they're fighting. It's like, this would be the coolest thing ever set to film if it was made. It's
unfucking real. It's unreal how cool it is. So the climax of this is during the melee, Carter gets killed. Euclid goes into shock. All the other boys are dragging him off. They're like basically fleeing, and they set off all of these flumes. And there's this massive explosion / implosion that goes off. That's basically like the force of a small nuclear bomb. And they
kill everybody, like all of the adults in this. We'll talk about this a little bit later of like interpretations or whatever, but it's this huge encampment of like literally like hundreds of people that have simultaneously figured out this chorus thing, and they kill all of them.
All of those motherfuckers are dead. So just as it goes off, basically as like a Hail Mary to try and figure out what to do to save Carter. I mean, they can't save him. He's fucking dead. But basically as this like Hail Mary, Euclid eats a funnel.
Like a whole thing. Like up to this point, he's only sampled it. He's like put a little small piece. He like eats an entire one.
So as he eats it, his consciousness leaves his body and goes down to the site where Carter's body is as this giant pseudo-nuclear wave is like coming towards him. And Euclid's like, his like astral projection psychic persona is like grabbing him and trying to pull his body away from everything that's happening, and it just doesn't work. And then basically the rest of the movie, which happens, you know, fairly quickly, is they become a roving band of nomads living in this kind of symbiotic relationship with all of these giant fucking huge choruses.
Yeah, they create like a dragon.
Yeah, like a dragon-sized one. Yeah. And the final scene of the movie is Albert eats a piece of a broken funnel and goes into a trance and has a vision where he sees millions and millions and millions of years into the future. And it's basically these creatures, these choruses, whatever they are, this alien life form that builds itself in millions of years in the future, all across space and time, are all life. So it intercuts in between alien worlds where there's these massive building-sized choruses crawling across the sand, and then it cuts to outer space where there's like a hulking dead spaceship, and there's all these choruses crawling all over it, turning the ship body itself into a chorus. And then it cuts to a different alien planet and a different alien planet, and there's
like an alien planet that's just like covered, the entire surface of the planet is covered by flumes. Like the entire thing is just is a network of these flumes.
Yeah. And that's basically like the ending of the movie is just an environment of, you know, a space-time environment of this thing, this creature, this DNA sequence that has manipulated itself into existence.
Yeah, the almost M. Night Shyamalanian twist is this thing that they've been building and discovering is like, it's like an invading alien force, but its method of invasion is to like beam instructions to the life form on the planet, and then they're basically like the architect of their own extinction, where human curiosity drives us to figure out and build these creatures based on these blueprints, and then the creatures like wipe out humanity essentially.
It's fucking awesome. It rules. It rules so hard. So that's basically the end of the movie. And should we talk about our thoughts, or should we watch this trailer that he produced?
Let's watch the trailer and then talk about thoughts after.
Okay. So basically, this trailer that we're about to watch is a sales tool that Shane Carruth produced in order to woo investors into supporting the project. And it is 2 minutes and 24 seconds long, and it can be found on the internet. It's on his Vimeo page, and it is a hybrid. It's basically called a sizzle reel, and it is a hybrid of existing footage from films and TV shows that exist and new footage that he created specifically of the choruses and the flumes and generally speaking what the world would look like.
It had always been around, always hidden, in glints of sunlight, hidden in the shape of bone. Until after a while someone notices, and then he can't stop noticing. The patterns. How many cars come through here? How many people? What about that direction? How many birds perch here or there? Is the lightning speaking? Is there information in the rain? And before long it points them to build something. And before long it tells them how to build it. But they can never really know what it's trying to be. Then the fighting, the quarreling, the who owns what, until the great machine is stolen, buried. By By the time the boys get a hold of it, there's not much left to do but turn it on. And out comes everything. All the pieces they need to create things that move like animals, like creatures, or robots, but not. And being boys, they can't help but think of something they've been given as something that they've earned. When the men come looking for their belongings, they may not recognize them anymore.
Oh, fuck. It's so good. Like, trying to talk over that and explain the visuals of that just don't do it justice. So if you've made it this long into the fucking podcast, just pause it and go watch the fucking trailer and then come back. Like, it's so cool. Especially that line of, and being boys, they think something that they've been given is something that they've earned, is just like, oh, it hits me right here. Hits me right fucking here. The violins swell. Oh man, it's just so great.
Hans Zimmer, you dirty bastard.
You piece of shit, Hans Zimmer. How dare you get me in my feelings? All right, so recap. He writes this movie. It's 2 acts. The first act is 60 pages. The second act is 200 pages. First act is about a guy on an obsessive mission trying to figure out what these secret coded messages are trying to tell him to do.
And just for reference, typically when you read a screenplay, you can kind of factor in that, like, at least in my experience, you can read a screenplay at about the same speed, if not maybe a little faster than like the length of the movie would be. Like a 120-page screenplay is supposed to be about about an hour and a half ish, and you can kind of read it in like an hour, maybe an hour and a half. This screenplay is 280 pages. How long is the screenplay?
I think it's like 260-ish. Yeah. 268 maybe, 270, I don't remember.
It took me about 8 hours to read this.
So basically, you have the Akerstow stuff where he's obsessed trying to figure out what these secret messages in math equations and these glint shapes are trying to tell him. The other half, you have these, 8 to 10 boys and their Lord of the Flies style political dynamics surrounding their relationships with these anthropomorphized plasticine homemade animals. So my first question for you, Mr. Papa Pricey, in your opinion, how do the two stories interrelate / do they interrelate?
Yeah, so my understanding, generally how these two stories relate, is that the adults basically make the initial discovery of the beginnings of the blueprints for how to make the choruses. All of the stuff with the glints and the audio and the pictures matching up to create instructions and going to a specific place in a specific area and the blueprints for the apologue. That's all the beginning. They discovered the hidden pattern in the universe. The apologue created the instructions for how to build a frond. They built the frond. The humans in the first story, Carol. They built the first frond, and there's dialogue in the first act that kind of alludes vaguely to things where when Carol reconnects with Aker 10 years later, he's like, or 5 years later, whatever time passes between when Aker decides to leave and when they come and find him. He says something about how, like, oh, they steal things and we have to go find them. They hide them, under houses and in storage lockers in random parts of the world, and we have to go track them down. And I think he's referring to these artifacts that they're building. So he's referring to fronds and plates and things like that. And it's like, okay, so how do they find them? How do they track these things down across the world hidden under houses? The only possible way they could do that is with choruses, because the choruses have a psychic connection to the fronds, so they can track them down wherever they are. there would be physically no way possible for the people to find these objects if they've been hidden in random locations across the world. It's the 1980s, like they don't have like tracking devices or whatever.
I always just assumed that was them like using the glints to like roadmap, but I guess the glints only lead to the poems, which only lead to the apologue.
Yeah, so I think that they got to the place where they used the apologue to build the frond. They started making the funnels. They figured out how to make choruses. Weird political tensions started happening within the ranks of this fucking cult or religion that they have. People started stealing the fronds and running off with them. They started going on rescue missions to find this shit using the choruses that they built. Somebody stole one and hid it in the woods, and before they could come back and retrieve it, maybe they died, maybe somebody caught them and killed them or whatever, the kids found it. And the reason why it's in that box, one thing we kind of skipped over this we totally skipped over this in the recap. But the maker, the box thing that creates the funnels, they discover that it's a frond inside of a man-made box. They break it open and they find out that it's a frond. They're like, oh shit, this is a frond. It's the same thing as these other things that we grew. Somebody has put it inside of a box, and basically the box, they call it's called the governor. The frond is the thing that makes the funnels, and the box that encases it is called the governor. And the governor was created to limit production of the funnels because they discovered that the fronds basically just spit out funnels continuously. There's like, it'll just pop one out and then pop another one out and pop another one out. And there's like an insanely high production rate. So the governor was built to limit the amount of funnels that could be produced in a given time. So you press a button and it like takes a while for it to spit out a funnel, and then there's a refractory period where it takes a while to regenerate. And so somebody, probably this cult led by Carol, realized the danger of creating these choruses, and they probably made them, and they probably started to become unruly and go rogue the way that they did for the kids. And they're like, oh shit, this is actually kind of dangerous. So they built the governor so they could limit the production of the funnels, so that they couldn't get out of hand and get in the wrong hands and be constantly making them, and people could steal them and go off and make their own choruses. Somebody stole that, buried it in the woods. The kids found it. Meanwhile, all this time later, I don't know how far into the future, on purpose, they don't specify how far into the future this happens. But at some point between Act 1 and Act 2, this cult or whatever that was led by Carol that Aker was a part of, it becomes this like massive infrastructure where they're building choruses and they're going across the world, and they're basically trying to track down all the fronds and all the funnels that have been stolen because they've realized the danger of these things, and now they're just doing damage control. They're trying to go out, track down all of the stuff, take it into their possession, and probably destroy it. Because another thing that we didn't cover is all of the adults are deaf. They're all deaf. It's a camp of hundreds of adults, and they're all deaf, which implies that they're constantly destroying the funnels. So this cult that was run by this Carol guy that initially was like a weird religion that worshipped these clues slowly morphed into an organization dedicated to destroying all of this technology because they realized that it was basically a hostile force that was trying to take over the world. So yeah, that's the connection that I see between the two stories.
And I love the fact that all of that is not spelled out at all.
Yeah, no, there's none of that is in the text at all.
Yeah, that's pretty much my interpretation of it too. And when I first read it, I'm not gonna lie, I finished that script the first time, and at the end of it was just like, what? There's no explanation for how the Aker Stowe stuff fits in at all? Like, there's none? What the fuck? And at first I was, not that I was upset, I was just like, whoa, that's fucking ballsy. And then I started thinking about it, and I was like, oh, that group has to be the people who made the Maker, and that the mission that they were on obviously is what spawned everything that the second story is about. But also, the ending of the Acre Stowe stuff where they're both standing in the living room looking at the wall of themselves. Like the ending of the movie itself, the big climactic fight scene is like obviously like the big like fuck yeah. But for me, the big fuck yeah is that moment where he just like is standing there and he's like, it's a dead end, or it's another dead end, whatever the line is. Like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean that could just be a movie.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I'm curious how this evolved. Like, I'm curious if he just wrote that first thing and then put it in a drawer for a year and then came back to it and had the idea for the kids, or if he had the idea for the kids stuff and then was asking himself questions of like, where did the maker come from? And then wrote this as like the origin story for the maker. And like I'm just so curious how it all developed. And the other thing that's so interesting about this is, like, as you've said repeatedly, a screenplay is a blueprint for something else, right? It's not a finished work of art. It's like a comic book script. Like, nobody wants to read a fucking comic book script. That sucks. But this script, if he fleshed it out a little bit and, like, treated it with a little bit more prose care, would make a fucking dope novel.
Yeah, and it's like almost there, too, because there's barely any dialogue in it. It's just all description, which could vary. Like there would not take much adaptation to make this a novel, because it's already just like dense description of things happening with like minimal dialogue.
Yeah. I wonder if he's ever been approached for that. I mean, not that I think he would ever do that. I don't think he would. I think he would laugh at someone's face if they were ever like, I want to give you money to publish this as a novel, kid. He'd be like, I'm a 50-year-old man. Fuck you. I don't know. What are your we've talked about the scenes individually, and we've talked about the stuff that's like really weird and cool, but what are your thoughts overall about the fact that this thing exists?
Well, aside from everything we've talked about so far of like thoughts and opinions on it, one thought I had, one sort of thought, that one connection or comparison that I made is the story kind of weirdly in a way reminds me of Uzumaki, or kind of like any of Junji Ito's work, but specifically that there's like a weird uncanny resemblance to me in the way in the structure of this and the way that it's unpacked, that reminds me a lot of that, in the way that it, like, you know, if you're unfamiliar, Uzumaki is a manga by a manga artist named Junji Ito, and he's a horror manga artist that, you know, you've probably seen his artwork on the internet, because a lot of his artwork just gets passed around like memes, because he draws these like very uncannily grotesque images that are like they're just very shocking to look at. And so they tend to get passed around on the internet of just like, here's some fucked up nightmare fuel to look at. And you know, you might have seen an image of a woman where like half of her face has been consumed by a spiral. And that's from Uzumaki. And basically Uzumaki is a story about a small town in Japan that's kind of isolated off. It's like a countryside town that's isolated off from the rest of the country by a tunnel. And it's just like a small little town. And one day, one of these townspeople he gets like a fixation on spirals. He just like starts collecting them. He starts collecting snail shells and rocks that have spirals in them. And he talks about spirals all the time. And he starts making art that's like spirals. And at first it seems fairly innocuous, but then his obsession with it starts to like overtake him, and it starts to become scary. And then his family is like, he's just, all he cares about is spirals, and he's starting to scare us. And it essentially, it snowballs into, he's consumed with spirals and he's like gone mad. And then one day his family comes home and they can't find him, and they open up there's this big wicker basket, and they open it up, and he is like become a spiral. Like his body has like elongated and circled around, and he's coiled up inside of this basket. And it's like a weird body horror thing where he's still alive, but his body has just become this grotesque, boneless spiral monster thing. And then the story, it's like one long, continuous story that's collected into this large volume. but it's actually told in like short stories. So that's the first one. And then in the second one day a kid comes to school and he's just a snail. Like he's just turned into a snail. And people were like, what the fuck? You're a fucking snail. And then like other people start turning into snails. So the story is just a bunch of different vignettes like that escalate and escalate until the whole town is just consumed by spirals. Nobody can leave. And the whole town has become like this insular apocalyptic nightmare world where everything is governed by spirals. The slightest movement triggers tornadoes, and everybody's hiding in like little houses, like because they can't go outside because of this tornado issue where any slight movement causes a tornado to erupt and you'll be carried off into nothingness. People are turning into snails. People are becoming spirals. It becomes this like Mad Max post-apocalyptic nightmare world. And eventually people start learning how to harness the tornadoes and like they ride them. And there becomes roaming gangs of people who ride the tornadoes. And it's a really interesting thing where what starts off as this small sort of like bone-chilling horror story just iterates on itself and builds on itself until it becomes this like giant science fiction epic where this tiny idea of like spirals are kind of creepy when you think about it builds and builds and builds. And it's essentially it feels like somebody, Junji Ito, it feels like him being like, what's the logical conclusion of this? Like if somebody became obsessed with a spiral, like how would that's creepy in and of itself, a guy turning into a spiral. But like, how would that change the society that they live in? How would it change the dynamic of people's relationships? What would a world be like if everybody was obsessed with spirals and all these different spiral things existed and started affecting reality? And that's what this feels like. It's like, just to go back to the initial question, the first thing in Act 1 is like these people start becoming obsessed and fixated on this pattern that they recognize in the background radiation of the universe. And they sort of form this exploratory team trying to like uncover the riddle and figure it out and find out what the message is. And they figure it out, and it's this little device, and it just makes these little disc things. And then the whole second act is that like Junji Ito-esque, like, how do we build on this? What's the next thing? Oh, there's these stacks and they shoot up in the air. And then, oh, that's a leg. They can make animals out of them. And then the animals go rogue and they start farming. And then there's this huge army. Like it feels like this like iterative process where it's like, what is the logical conclusion of this tiny seed of an idea? And it reminds me a lot of Uzumaki, but it's also just like, it's such a fascinating and really kind of fun experience to read it and see that unfold.
Yeah, it rewards your attention. You know, there are some scripts where everything plays out in the dialogue, or, you know, there aren't large blocks of text because the screenwriter is accustomed to the way the industry works and knows that nobody wants to fucking read descriptions. So they do all their stage directions in captions or in, you know, parentheticals or whatever. And you're kind of like cheating in a way, not cheating in the bad way. You're playing in the realm of the lack of attention of the reader. And this script is the exact opposite, where it just is like, it demands that you actually read it. In the same way, I think that if it had been produced, the movie itself would demand you to watch it, because it's not a passive experience. It's not just, let's just put on some fucking 30 Rock and cook dinner. Like, that's not what this is.
Yeah, it has like it has like the feel of like a Spielbergian like 1980s adventure blockbuster, but it can't be passively enjoyed in that way. It has that like aesthetic. It almost wears that as like a costume or something. But like you said, you would have to. It demands your attention in the way that like some really labyrinthian, dense like psychological thriller would or whatever.
Yeah, the other thing that I like about it so much is that the story is the main character, not necessarily Euclid or Aker or anybody else. It's like it's the narrative itself is the primary engine. And that's not to say that it isn't character-based and that it's a plot-based movie, because it's not really plot. It's more like this scientific evolution of a story evolving in front of your eyes. Like, it's kind of in a lot of ways what Prometheus was trying to do, where Prometheus was supposed to be like this kind of this movie that was going to be a movie about evolution, and so the creatures in the movie and the people in the movie were going to be evolving and changing and metamorphosizing over the course of the story. This is a story that evolves. The characters don't necessarily evolve, but the story itself feels like it's evolving and changing and contracting and developing legs and gills and moving through the primordial narrative muck.
Yeah, and I think that it's the first act is a misdirect. It's almost like the Janet Leigh dying in the beginning of Psycho thing, where you're like, oh shit, like this isn't like a Randian epic about this like fucking mathematician like solving this riddle. This guy is just gone now. Like, he's just not in the movie anymore. And I think that misdirect it establishes this dynamic where the movie is the narrative is like it's bigger than the individual human elements of it. It's like at 40,000 feet. The movie is about the macro it's sort of about the cosmic wheels that are turning in this long game alien invasion plot, and the people in it are they're cogs in a machine, or like I said earlier, or they're just like individual DNA strands in this larger tapestry, kind of like the mosaic at the end of Act 1, where you're looking up really close. You know, they're putting together the Polaroids and they're trying to find this, and they're looking up close and like this is leading to something. There's some kind of pattern here, and then they back up and they see the whole picture. And, you know, that's the end of Act 1. And this is the same thing where you're looking, you're like, oh, Aker, he's the main character of this. Like, where is he going? And then you're like, oh, fuck, like he's gone. Like that ended. And then, it's kind of implying that Euclid, just by the way it focuses on him at times, it's implying that he's the main character. But then, like, he never really, the narrative kind of almost is another misdirect, focuses on him at times in a way that implies that he's the main character, but he never really has the growth or like the breakthrough that really like cements him as being the protagonist. Like, he never has the like, I did it like moment. He never has the like flying on the luck dragon moment. He like the other kids have their own breakthroughs, and they sort of complicate that trope of like, he's the smart one that figures everything out, because other kids also figure things out. And it's always kind of pushing back and forth between those things of kind of like making you never quite sure where it stands, and kind of leaving you on uneven footing where you're like, I think he's the main character, but no, but then that happens. And then like, maybe he is. And and you never quite know what to think. And ultimately, it pushes you towards, you could literally, towards the end of the movie, he's talking to Carter and he says, there's dialogue where he says, you know, I have to confess to you, like, I'm not smarter than anybody. Like, I just tried stuff and then I kind of like accidentally figured it out. Because Carter looks up to him as like, he's this genius who figured out how to make the choruses and stuff. And he basically, in a moment of vulnerability, is like, I had no idea what I was doing. I was just like, I was doing just like you guys were. I was like messing around, randomly fitting things together, and I just accidentally figured it out. And so, almost in that thing that they tried to do in The Last Jedi, they basically were like, I'm not actually important. I'm just nobody. I stumbled upon this shit on accident just like everybody else did. And then once that happens, then you back up. The thing at the end of Act 1 with the dead end thing, and then that moment, you back up and you realize like, oh, it's not about these individual people. It's the mosaic, which is this larger thing of this universal plan that's been set in motion decades ago that all these people are kind of playing their own small role in, but really at the end of the day, the story is this dark dystopian evolutionary story about some kind of infectious, hostile, invasive species that grows and replicates through the curiosity of organic life forms to then destroy them and take over their environment.
Yeah, and the other thing too that's so interesting are the kind of like duplicative elements between this and Primer. Like there's not many. it's not overt, but there are shared common DNA strands of like this idea of friendship, the social dynamics behind embarking on a project with people, the idea that the main characters are kind of antagonistic and loving at the same time, like this kind of weird, your friends are your enemies and your enemies are your friends dynamic. The fact that the way that we've discussed previously, where his brain can't make a story in the classical 3-act commercial way, which is a good thing. His brain is like, has an idea and then goes, and then this would probably happen, and then this would probably happen, and then they would go down this dead end, and then they would go over here, and then they would go over this, and then this would happen, and then and it's almost kind of like protracted series of events as opposed to the typical rising action, ascension, descension, 3-act classic structure that like gets beaten into you when you live in LA. And I wonder how much of that is because he lived in Texas and wasn't a part of that. And in interviews has said up until, when he made Upstream Color, low-key didn't have a lot of film industry friends. Most of his friends were just like normies, just real people, fucking dudes he knew or people he knew, women he knew in Texas.
Yeah. And in that same way with the friendship thing, as opposed to a typical story structure where, typically in a narrative of a movie or a TV show or like a serialized TV show or, anything like that, characters over time grow together and bond, and as the story progresses, their relationship deepens and becomes a romantic relationship or becomes a strong friendship or they become a team. But in a Shane Carruth story, relationships are inevitably rended under the inevitable weight of entropy, where it's like the reverse, where instead of this idea of like being together and going on this journey will, your relationship will bloom and you'll get closer and your connection will deepen. Instead, going through shared experiences of trauma or stress or anxiety, or, solving problems or being met with challenges, slowly chips away at your relationship, and eventually that connection decays. And through the transformative process of going on a journey together, you're actually your relationship sort of grows apart. And also, it seems like in these stories, making yourself vulnerable and opening yourself up to somebody usually has a sort of like a tragic result. Because, whenever that's what happened when Euclid reveals to Carter that he's not actually a genius and that he didn't figure things out because he's smart, he just did it on accident. Carter fucking dies in that exact moment. And it's the same, it's the same thing in Primer, where whenever Aaron reveals the truth to Abe of what's been going on all along, when he finally tells him like, I had this other failsafe and I did all this stuff, their relationship is irreversibly destroyed. And there's some similar themes like that in Upstream Color and The Modern Ocean as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating to see his internal traumas kind of codedly talked about, and also knowing some of the things that we know now, looking at some of this earlier work and looking at, he seems like a really lonely person. I think a lot of creative people are really lonely. but I think he specifically feels like a really lonely person. Like he writes about friendship and companionship and how both of those things are basically unattainable, how friendships erode and they don't last, and it's difficult to maintain connections with people, and it's
which is like that's really bleak. And it's even, in at least to me, it's even bleaker than just this idea of like loneliness, like not finding a connection. Like the idea that like, you know, people who feel isolated and like they can't connect with somebody, that's difficult to deal with and certainly not ideal. And, you know, something that people struggle with and feel a lot of loneliness and depression and frustration and aimlessness from. But the idea that you can make connections, you can make friends, but they will inevitably die is way bleaker to me. And it's like what did happen, or what traumas existed in his life where that seems to be this underpinning of the way that he writes relationships in his stories, where, you know, bond plus time equals tragedy, equals decay, equals a growing apart, a parting of ways. And why do characters who open themselves up and become vulnerable with somebody for the first time have this triggering of some kind of traumatic event happening?
Yeah, it's fascinating, especially because it's fascinating to me because not only is he trying to make work that is innovative on a structural level, it's also anti-commercial in that it is thematically about the dissolution of romantic and or platonic relationships. And it's also punching above his weight class, you know, like both The Modern Ocean and A Topiary, which are both, in air quotes, big movies. Like they're not something he could just go out and make on a weekend, like he did with all his other both of his other projects, Upstream Color or Primer. It goes back to that same kind of like, oh baby, let me give you a hug feeling, where it's just like, I personally love that he's following his artistic muse and he's telling stories that are Shane Carruth stories. They're about what he cares about. But also, it's just like every one of his instincts is non-commercial in the way that movies are produced in post the year 2000.
Yeah, a mainstream audience, or at least a studio's perception of a mainstream audience, doesn't want to see a movie where like a fucking kid dies and then like they try to save him and it doesn't work.
Yeah. Or even just a movie that is about, just thematically, a movie that's about friendships decaying is a harder sell than a movie about people making friends and being happy. Like, I don't like that. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I would much rather, personally, watch a movie about people being sad and depressed. But that's me. I am not the average, like, let's go see Hobbs and Shaw.
Or at least a diversity of not only just the same story arc with different fucking paint jobs on it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I don't know. Do you have any closing thoughts about this before we go into what happened with the movie? Do you have any final thoughts on the script?
Yeah, I mean, I love it. Contrary to my thing I said about how scripts are blueprints and they're not meant to really be read as like pieces of entertainment, it's a very enjoyable script to read. I mean, quite honestly, we'll talk about this later, but The Modern Ocean is a little bit of a challenge to read, and I guarantee you that if I read Primer as a script, it would probably be a major challenge to read, because these are things that, like I said before, are meant to be movies. You're not supposed to read the script. You're supposed to watch the movie. And there are things that are difficult to wrap your mind around and visualize in this script. But if you can kind of circumnavigate around that stuff, this is just an insanely enjoyable script to read. I would totally read it in a book form, but I'm as much as I wish this movie would be made, more than maybe any unproduced film ever. I think prior to reading this, probably the movie that I would have the unproduced screenplay that I would have most wanted to have been made would have been The Brass Ring by Orson Welles, which was like basically just one of his unproduced screenplays that was essentially like his Apocalypse Now. But this, I think, definitely like knocks it out of first place of like, I really wish this would be made into a movie so bad. Or, I mean, maybe not now, with the stuff we're going to talk about later, but in a vacuum, I wish this movie existed. But the script is really fun to read. And I kind of, if the movie can't exist, I'm definitely fine with just having this script to be able to read, because it's a fun experience, especially because I feel like it's just a lot of it just jumps out of it, and you can really visualize it in your head, and you can hear the music, and you can like picture what the actors would be like and stuff. It's a beautiful and tragic thing on many levels.
So he basically, he puts out Primer in 2004, befriends Steven Soderbergh and David Fincher, writes this screenplay. They both are like, fuck yeah, let's go to bat. At a certain point, I think even George Clooney is involved. I think George Clooney was at one point attached to be Acre Stowe, I think. And they still just couldn't.
He was going to play Euclid.
Yeah, exactly. They were going to Captain America First Avengers style de-age him to be
just George Clooney as a kid.
Yeah. So yeah, they basically peddled it around town for close to 10 years, and it got close to being made multiple times. At one point they were going to make it for like 20 million. At one point they were going to make it for 15, and then 14, and then 11, and then 16. And every time.
And then eventually they were like, how much will 30 Jeffrey books get you? No, Jeffrey dollars is what they were called.
But basically he spent 10 years. He spent 10 fucking years trying to get this movie made. And ultimately it just never came together. In an interview with The Verge, Carruth said this. When we spoke earlier, you mentioned that Upstream was financed more from friends and yourself. Why did you go that route instead of finding traditional backers?
Because I wasted years trying to get a project called The Topiary made. I invested a lot of myself in it. I think it's a really great film.
How many years?
Primer was 9 years ago, so this would have been about 3 years. I spent about 2 years writing and perfecting an effects workflow for it, because it has a lot of effects in it, and I need the aesthetic to be something that I can count on, and done a little bit cheaper than farming it out to a third-party effects house. I spent a lot of time on that and found lots of enthusiasm with film financiers.
Is A Topiary still a work in progress?
No, I'm not pursuing that anymore.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Me too.
What happened?
I invested a lot of myself into it, and it sort of broke my heart, to be honest. I can't really let myself go down that path anymore, or I'll get angry about it, basically.
So you're not going to return to the movie 10 years later? Maybe
I'll be in a different state by that time. The thing is, it's taken me a while to figure out that there's no common ground between me and the way traditional financing works. I don't think that there ever will be any common ground, so it's hard for me to do that. I would have to come up with some unique way to do it. Right now, I'm too passionate about what I'm writing and what's currently in front of me to take my eyes off that.
Did you ever consider crowdfunding, Kickstarter, going after the fans?
I considered it, but I didn't do it. I might next time. At the time when I was looking at it, I had a false opinion of crowdfunding, that it branded the project too much, that from that point forward, it wasn't a film, it was a Kickstarter film. I think we're past that now. I think it's a completely legitimate thing, although I do think that you have to have a conscience if you're going to do that. If you've got money available for you as equity, you can't just take people's money for free. I think that should be an option. It should be like asking somebody if you can sleep on their couch. It happens and it's necessary, but if you've got a place that you can afford, then you shouldn't be doing that.
Which is obviously him shit-talking Zach Braff, if nobody else caught that.
Oh yeah, definitely. The following if this was the press junket for Upstream Color, which came out in 2013, I remember distinctly because I was editor-in-chief for a viral news site at the time. And I remember that at that time in around 2013, we were writing about the Wish You Were Here Kickstarter, which was like, I'm sure it's been unseated at this point, but at the time it was like the biggest Kickstarter project ever. And it was Zach Braff's movie, his follow-up to Garden State, which was essentially like he raised like $2 million on Kickstarter. And then was like, after it raised the money and finished, he was like, also, in addition to this, we got $20 million from Warner Brothers. And it was like, what? Like, why did you, what?
Yeah, fuck that guy. The interesting thing about Shane Carruth is how he seems to be somewhat aware of where he's at and also able to put that awareness aside and work on the thing that he's passionate about, and in both good and bad ways. So is it crazy to make a movie for $7,000 having never had any sort of training or awareness of what goes into making a movie? Yes. Did the results bear fruit? Fuck yeah, they did. Is it crazy to try and make a movie for $20 million after only making a movie for $7,000? Yes. Is it even more crazy to try and get the thing that we just talked about for 2 hours? Yes. But it's not unthinkable, and it could have worked out, but it didn't. So now he goes back to the drawing board and is like, I'm going to put together a project in the model of Primer, a low budget thing that I can control myself. Next time on Deep Cuts, we'll dive into Shane Carruth's return to low budget filmmaking, his subsequent unmade maritime shipping epic, and his interpersonal implosion.
Deep Cuts is a production by Boy Genius Media. If you'd like to find this show and others like it, please visit boygeniusmedia.com or deepcutspod.com.
If you want to join in on post-episode discussions, please join the Deep Cuts Podcast Facebook group. Finally, subscribe to our YouTube channel for additional video content.
The incidental music for this episode was created by D. Catalano, whose music can be found at wekeepoddhours.bandcamp.com, and Dad Beats. You can listen to his podcast Food Fight, a food discussion podcast, anywhere you get your podcasts, and The Dead Boy Detectives.